hearing on House Bill 1333 and call the prime sponsor, Representative Prue. And it looks like it's his training day.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Prue. I represent Hillsborough 15, which is Manchester Ward 8. I feel like I'm back in the committee. I've been here so often, but that's okay. Nice to see friendly faces. So I'm bringing this bill forward to prevent the state from using electric vehicles for 10 years. Because I don't believe that technology is where it needs to be, and it'll end up costing the state more money. My first concern as a firefighter, I've been reading about it, seeing it, haven't really experienced firsthand, but two towns over had one. The safety hazard is fire. The batteries tend to run away fairly easy, and it's called a thermal runaway. And they just kind of ignite, burn twice as hot as a regular car fire. The bad part of that is, as soon as that happens, the electrical system in the car shuts down and the doors are electric. You cannot get out. And now, due to federal mandates, all the windows are laminate, so you can't just hit them with a hammer and they crumble like they used to. You have to actually rip the windows out or cut them with a saw. So it makes it harder to get out. We have noticed that in a lot of these car fires, you find all the occupants in the back seat trying to get away from the smoke and the fire. The other thing that happens when these batteries run away, they create toxic fumes that kill you before the smoke would. So you can't get out. You're trapped. And for us on the fire side, what used to take us less than 1,000 gallons to put out a car fire now takes us 30 to 40,000 gallons to manage these. And I say manage because we really can't put them out for a long period. We're cooling it down so the thermal stops. We have to cool it for an hour, wait 45 minutes to see if it starts. Then if you can get a tow truck to actually take it, the fire truck has to follow the tow truck in case it starts again. In their lot, they have to keep them separate, right? That's the safety thing. Now we get into the batteries, right? With these big batteries, the weight of the car is twice of what the regular vehicle would be. I have another bill that addresses some of that, but replacement is pretty expensive. I was just watching a report that Hyundai, a person was driving, ran over a muffler that fell off, dented the battery bad enough that it was damaged. First of all, no local shop will touch it. The auto bodies won't touch it. It has to go back to the dealer. The price to replace the battery on the Hyundai was $61,000 because they don't keep them in stock. They weigh so much, and they have to come for the Hyundais. They have to come from Korea. And for the battery, it was $61,000. I got to think that's got to be almost the price of the car. But, and that's what happens. The batteries eventually wear out. Up here in New England, cold affects any battery, shortens the life of that charge. So you used to be able to get 300. If it's really cold that day, you may get 150 miles, right? So there's definitely problems with these, finding charging stations for them. And then when that battery does wear out, 3, 4, 5 years, are you going to replace it or are you going to get rid of the car? I know, and this is a little bit of an older story, that in Paris, when they kind of first all came out, they went all electric. The batteries started wearing out on these cars. They went to replace them and found out that it was very expensive to do. So they said, well, we don't want to do that. We'll just buy new ones and get rid of these cars. Nobody wanted them because the battery is a hazardous material. So they had a big field that the city owned, and now there are cars sitting there rotting away because there's no place else to get rid of them. So I see at this time, the other piece is the raw materials for the batteries. A lot of it comes from countries that really don't like us. And at any time they could say, yeah, we're not sending you anymore, or not building you any more batteries. And now we're kind of stuck with all these cars or this technology that we're moving to that you can't continue. So I just see that there's a lot of problems with it. I see that it's going to cost state payers more money in the long run. At least that's what I believe. And with that, I'll end my testimony and take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions? Representative Schmidt?
Now, why don't you tell us how you really feel?
You don't want me.
No, no, I meant
Representative Schmidt,
that
please.
was just a
That was disrespectful.
Representative Pruitt
Oh,
and I
that's-
are longtime
take it that way.
friends. He wouldn't believe it was me if I didn't get
Correct.
So, thank you for this very interesting presentation. And I'm wondering, why do you think that the state would even possibly be interested? You can't be the only one that knows the problems.
There's a request for bid for electric cars out for the state.
Thank you. That's interesting to know.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Brown?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Do you have an idea of how many EV car fires we're seeing in New Hampshire?
I don't have an exact number, but I know they're on the increase, and I can tell you other car fire stories if you want, but I figured I wouldn't waste your time with it. There are some, and they are twice as hot, twice as fast, and sometimes they catastrophic. They'll detonate.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So you talked about some departments, public safety departments buying these things. Are they buying cars, or they're actually trying to buy trucks, or
So
they're electric?
there are electric fire trucks, and I can't believe that there are. But it's a dual power system, right? So the battery drives the truck to the fire, but they use a diesel engine to drive the pump because we know the battery would not last long enough at a big fire. And how can you charge it when you're at a fire? You can bring diesel to it, but you can't bring the big extension cord.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Patrick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through my own research as a consumer, I can certainly verify everything that you've said. Have you taken into consideration hybrids?
There's still that battery.
Well, the hybrids, I'm
Yes.
not going to get into an argument. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative,
Thank you. Oh, following on from what he asked, are there some brands or types that are better than others? Or they all have the same problem?
They all have the same problem. They're all the same technology, give or take maybe a little bit, but the battery itself is all the same technology. They all can have that ability to thermal runaway, and from hoverboards to automobiles, same technology. We've seen the hoverboards detonate in a house while it's charging, right? And they have the electric bikes. Well, they don't want to bring them into the house, so they charge them in the hallway of the apartment building, and now they have a fire in the hallway and nobody can get out. Those are some of the things, but we're not talking about those. But the technology is the same, the batteries are the same, and they all act the same way.
Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues. My name is Deb Hobson. I'm State Representative for Rockingham District 14. I am here today to support HB 133, prohibiting state agencies from buying or leasing fleet electric vehicles for 10 years. The extremely cold temperatures in New Hampshire and across the country last week gave proof that the electric car industry, though well-intentioned, is not ready to become mainstream or required for quite some time. These electric vehicles lose mileage range in the cold weather, and the batteries don't react well to fluctuating temperatures. They don't hold their charge, and their mileage range is cut by 30 to 40%. Insurance rates are higher for EVs, according to a AAA report. They're more prone to damage in an accident and more costly to repair. I was privileged to attend I was privileged to attend a training seminar for Seacoast Fire Chiefs with 400 to 500 other first responders in late summer last year. I was shocked to hear some of the concerns brought to light from this training. Here are just a few. Electric vehicles immediately shut down when the electrical system is compromised, and the occupant is unable to leave the vehicle unless they know where the release is for that vehicle, and it's different in every electric brand. The fire temperature starts at 2,800 degrees, and the fire size doubles every 15 seconds. The smoke from an EV fire is not smoke. It's toxic gas consisting of hydrogen, volatile organic chemicals, CO2, and methane, which is toxic to vehicle operators and first responders. There is currently no firefighting protocol to fight these fires. The fires burn until they burn out, and when deprived of oxygen, they reignite when oxygen hits them as long as a month later. These temperatures are so hot that first responders can't get near the fire as their gear is rated for just 800 degrees. Thermal runaway, which Representative Prue talked about, it's a chain of events that typically starts with the gradual breakdown of EV battery cells, causing preheating of the EV cells and battery pack. The elevated temperatures within the EV battery causes the organic solvents to break down, resulting in the release of gas, increased pressure, and temperatures beyond flash point. So it pops and it spreads to all the materials around it. Fires in EV batteries are triggered by thermal runaway as a known safety hazard in all lithium-ion batteries. Can be caused by short-circuiting, mechanical stress to the EV battery from impact during an accident, overheating, poor cooling temperatures, condensation and moisture in the EV pack, and a manufacturing defect. This is all cited by Honeywell. Most protocols now indicate to let the fire burn itself out or to douse with large amounts of water, anywhere from 5 to 25,000 gallons, requiring more manpower hours, which leaves area fire stations understaffed while supervising these fires. These vehicles are burdensome and dangerous not just to the drivers but to the environment as well. These problems need to be worked out before they can become mainstream solutions. Please vote this measure ought to pass to allow for the industry to fix these problems without endangering the environment or lives of drivers to prevent unnecessary death. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Representative Bernardi?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. Representative J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham 36, Hampton Falls, Kensington, Southampton, Newton, and Plastow. The bottom line here is EVs are not ready for prime time. You heard some of the reasons already. Cold happens. Yes, cold does happen in New Hampshire. It minimizes range and maximizes charging time. But I did a little search even last night on news articles with problems associated with EVs. First one that popped up, Asheville, North Carolina. Fleet is not performing well in cold winter months. The range has been dropped to 78 miles for their vehicles, equivalent to 3 trips to their airport before they could be charged for several hours. Earlier last month in December, Maine forced to delay vote on EV mandate amid widespread power outages. Governor Janet Mills declares state of civil emergency for 14 Maine counties following a significant wind and rainstorm that left hundreds of thousands of people without power and that caused significant flooding and infrastructure damage, including town and state roadways. Now, I want to point out that I said rain, not snow. It's even worse when it's cold and that precipitation is snow. Representative Golden noted that week the storm strong would render electric vehicles useless, given their need for reliable electricity generation and power supplies. The same article noted that Connecticut has abandoned its EV mandate because of various associated problems. You saw, I think, if you have a phone, wonderful little memes and pictures of what happened in Chicago last week with the storm there that left all the Teslas at the charging station and no charging happened, and then having to be towed to the dealership. Hertz just announced rental giant Hertz dumps EVs, including Teslas, for gas cars. Rental firm Hertz Global Holdings selling about 20,000 EVs, including Teslas, from its U.S. fleet, about 2 years old after a deal with the automaker to offer the vehicles for rent, in another sign that EV mandate has cooled. What's the reason? Citing collision and damage for EVs. The costs of those are much higher than they had expected. So that's what's going on, particularly around the northern states. And I want to add another area of problems. EVs require further building out of our infrastructure. And you have heard, I think, many times that New Hampshire teeters on the edge of blackouts in the winter when we have severe winter storms, because winter is one of our electric demand peaks. We also have a demand peak in the summer. But what we're doing when we add EVs to the system is we're adding a larger requirement for electricity to the grid, and that requires building out of more transmission and distribution lines, more transformers, and all those costs are paid by all of us as ratepayers, not the buyers of the EVs, but all of us are going to see our electric rates go up further because we need more more distribution lines. You heard two of the other speakers discuss the issue of weight. A typical EV is about 150% of the weight of a regular gas-driven car. That adds more wear and tear to our roads, and they're not paying the gas tax. And I'm not going to go over the safety issues, which were well documented by Representative Hobson-Prue. So I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Gage. Yes.
If I could just ask, the people who are testifying seem to have prepared documents. I'm wondering whether they can hand some of those in for the clerk. That would be helpful.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman, committee members. You may remember me from last week asking for a bill that would require the state procurement of transportation and building heating equipment to use proxy carbon pricing, which will tilt the decision-making process in favor of EVs and heat pumps. 10 years is a long time as far as technology goes. Do you remember what your cell phone looked like 10 years ago? We don't know what EVs are going to look like 10 years from now, even 3 years from now. I came here in an EV. I bought it about a month and a half ago. It works fine in snow. It's all-wheel drive. It has a little high clearance. It's a Kia EV6. In warm weather, 280 miles range. In cold weather, I lose about 20% of that. And that's because heat takes a lot of energy. If I don't mind being cold, I get better range than that. What the state is lacking is infrastructure for my car. I drove 200 miles round trip to the White Mountains to do a hike a couple weeks ago, and I made it back with 40 miles range left, but it's not a good feeling knowing that there's no superchargers north of Concord that I can use. So rather than the state using a mandate not to use EVs, I'd like the state to look forward to the people that are coming from out of state in EVs and how can we best support them coming here so that they don't have range anxiety, thinking New Hampshire is a dark spot on the map that they dare not go. All costs are paid by the public, Representative Bernardi claimed. There's enormous external costs in our using fossil fuels that we are all paying for, much more than a slight increase in rates that could pay for just deploying a good EV charging infrastructure. So in conclusion, I just hope you will, I oppose this bill and I hope you will vote it down, looking forward to how the state can save money. EVs are cheaper per mile in total cost of ownership now, and they're just going to keep getting better. So please look ahead and plan on electric future for our state. Don't look back to the last century and think that we're going to really succeed if we go back and keep trying to do the same things that we did before. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. From your perspective, you said technology changes. What is the typical period in which the technology advances happen? Period of 6 months, a year, 2 years? What is your understanding of technology?
Thanks. I worked in technology for 40 years at Sun Microsystems and then Oracle Corporation. It's hard to predict where the advances are going to come, other than advances are going to come. But I've read recently Toyota is working on a battery that has 750 miles range. It's, I think, solid state, charges really fast. That's going to be here in a couple of years, right? We should not do mandates to prevent ourselves from preparing for the future. That's a bad idea, and most of you don't want mandates, so I would be surprised if you voted for a mandate against looking ahead to save the state money. Yeah, what is electric vehicle options going to be like? Well, 5 years ago, there were very few options. If you wanted an EV and you needed to get somewhere, you bought a Tesla. Now there's a dozen major car manufacturers with many models available. And I love my EV. It's really a cool car. It's quiet, comfortable, and you feel good because you're polluting a lot less. And you just want charging infrastructure so that you have no worry about where to go charge. And I think the state, if it was using electric vehicles, it would be motivated to help make that happen.
Okay. Representative Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. What are they doing? Okay, so that they're getting more charging stations. That's good. However, what are they doing about the batteries themselves? Are they improving? Are they working on that so that they don't catch fire? What are they doing for the glass around the windows? Are they making it less or more breakable so that in an accident you can get out, or you can also breathe some fresh air? What are they doing along those lines?
Yeah, there's mechanical ways. I mean, breaking glass, there's a device police have that just
But
has a
it's-
really sharp point that will work on a car window.
But it doesn't work.
really?
Yeah. What are they doing to improve
So-
it? Otherwise, you're in a box and you're stuck there with that gas coming at you. You
mean,
got to protect the people driving.
You do, but we're not stopping everybody from buying EVs. There are a lot of EVs on the road, and there are a lot of EVs coming into state. New Hampshire is not going to prevent EV deployment This is a rapidly growing solution to replace fossil fuel powered vehicles. We need to train our police and fire on the different ways of handling EVs versus combustion engines. But just as they had to understand how to manage a gasoline leak with stuff spread all over the ground, that's not safe. There's different ways of being safe with an EV, and we should know both of them because we have drivers in the state with both technologies.
But 10 years would give a chance for more research and trial and error than what we have right now. That's all. Okay. Thank you for answering
Was
my
that a question?
Thank you. No. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gage, for taking my question.
Sure.
I'm going to kind of follow up on what I asked you last week, that Madam Chair helped me understand a little bit. So I want to be clear from you when you say it's a feel good that you're not polluting as much. And we had the conversation last week that CO2 hasn't been classified as a pollutant. So, and let's set aside the battery life cycle and development. What do you see as you're saving? As when you say you're driving an EV to be less polluting, can you tell me what you mean by that?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm saving money, first of all. The total cost of ownership of a car, miles driven, it's less than an EV. And, you know, I got mine at Greenwave EV, 1-year-old model, so I saved some money that way. But as far as carbon dioxide being a pollutant, we have a state climate scientist, Dr. Mary Stampone of University of New Hampshire, and she is far more qualified than I am to explain to you what we are doing from an expert level. I've read a lot of reports from the United States Global Change Research Program, the International Government Panel on Climate Change, and out of the 200 scientific organizations that I know about, none of them dispute the scientific consensus that carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels is changing the physical and chemical nature of our air, land, and water in ways that cost us greatly. I think the EPA did rule that CO2 is pollution. A more recent ruling.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Michael Fitzgerald?
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Fitzgerald. I am the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. We take no particular position on this bill. There are numerous bills related to electric vehicles. As a matter of fact, you have another one being heard this morning. What I just wanted to bring to your attention is that there are currently two bills that would create study commissions, one in the House and one in the Senate, SB 430 and HB 1510. These two commissions would propose to study barriers to electric vehicle entry into the markets and also issues such as these fires and so on. Last week at the Senate Bill 430 Study Commission bill hearing, the state fire marshal was asked about the number of fires, and his indication at that time was that, to the best of his knowledge and the data that he had access to here in the state, that we have had 2 EV fires. We have approximately at least 12,000 EVs currently operating on the cities and streets of New Hampshire. So. But again, these two commissions would, we think, would be good vehicles, no pun intended, for the study of some of the issues that have been raised here. We do think, and the fire marshal, I know, agrees that there are some safety issues, and they need to be looked at. Proper training, as was mentioned by Mr. Gage, so on. You know, these we need to look at the real data, get the information, and then make decisions. And both of these committees would propose to do that. So we would suggest that the committee at least consider holding these bills for interim study until whether there's a decision made to create these commissions, and allow them to do some work getting good, accurate information and providing that to the legislature and making any recommendations for legislation. We do convene at DES or a group of state agencies that have interests in electric vehicles. This is a tourism issue as well. State of New Hampshire, as was noted, does have a lack of infrastructure for electric vehicles. We administer the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust that was created several years ago that supplies $30 million to the state of New Hampshire to mitigate the issues associated with the Volkswagen cheating scandal. And the governor did allow us and directed us to set aside the maximum of 15% of that $30 million to use for electric vehicle infrastructure, et cetera, noting that we needed to do this. Several agencies are involved in this group that we facilitate, and there are a number of agencies that are promoting, and I know some are here today to possibly to discuss their efforts in getting additional EV infrastructure here in the state. If you look at a map of EV charging in New England, we're the hole in the donut. There's a lot of EV charging in all the states around us, and we're trying to work to catch up on that. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions. I also have with me today Jessica Wilcox, who's in charge of our motor vehicle emissions programs and our EV efforts and the VW Trust. So if you have questions about any of that, I might ask her to join me and provide some information, but I'll do the best I can if there are questions. Thank you for your attention.
I would like you to repeat the numbers of those two bills.
SB 430 and HB 1510.
1510.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Benjaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You talked about two vehicles, EV vehicles catching on fire. Do you have any statistics for gas vehicle, the number of on the road? And
Representative Mangiaputi, he reported that as secondhand from the fire marshal.
okay.
So he may not have that, may well not have that information available.
Can I ask a different
Sure,
question?
please. Go
Thank
right
you. So how are our neighboring states addressing the safety with the EV? You mentioned this is a donut hole. New Hampshire is a donut hole.
Well, my reference there was in terms of EV infrastructure, charging infrastructure. I know the fire marshal has been in touch with a number of his cohorts in other states relative to the safety issues. I can't, again, I would not want to testify on his behalf. I just wanted to mention that anecdotally that because the question was asked. And I would certainly recommend that you reach out. I will speak to him and let him know. But what the other states are doing, I'm unaware of any other states proposing moratoriums, at least in the Northeast. But I certainly would not. I'd want to research that and get back to you on it.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Rodriguez?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Rodriguez.
Please speak into the microphone.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good morning. For the record, my name is David Rodriguez. I'm the Assistant Commissioner and Chief Engineer for New Hampshire Department of Transportation. Thank you for hearing my testimony on HB 1333. The department does not support or oppose the bill. However, we do have some concerns and a suggestion. The department understands that, like many new technologies, there are challenges and complexities with the growth of electric vehicles, not the least of which include cost of the vehicles, cost, construction, and maintenance of charging infrastructure for the individual, for the public, and for vehicle fleets, limitations to our electricity supply and distribution, limitations to electrical switches, transformers, and other electrical equipment, safety related to battery fires on the road and in structures, first responder knowledge and safety in responding to battery fires, towing and storing of damaged vehicles and batteries, repair and/or disposal of electric vehicles, and funding of the planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance of the transportation systems for vehicles that do not contribute to the road toll or fuel tax. The department also understands that while these challenges and complexities are difficult and real, they will be worked out in time as the technology develops. From a DOT fleet perspective, the department fleet includes over 1,250 pieces at a replacement cost exceeding $120 million. The fleet contains 71 passenger autos, 146 light-duty trucks, SUVs, and vans, and 163 three-quarter-ton trucks. The department currently owns 0 electric vehicles. As we consider adding electric vehicles to our fleet, our number one concern is what job function can use the vehicle efficiently and effectively, and how will we charge the vehicle. We next consider short-term and long-term costs, maintenance, and function. To date, our analysis has not identified an efficient, effective electric vehicle for our fleet. Range, cold weather performance, cost, the ability to reassign the vehicle to other functions in the department, charging infrastructure, as well as maintenance, technician training, and tooling have prevented us from finding a positive cost-benefit ratio that would lead to our purchase of electric vehicles. However, the department includes many professionals committed to providing the best transportation system at the best cost for the citizens of New Hampshire and our visitors. We need many different skilled people, technologies, equipment, tools, and material to do that work. We analyze the complexities of every decision point when it comes to providing this system, and we follow the laws of our state, even those laws that do not lead us to the best transportation system at the best cost. While we have 0 electric vehicles today, we are concerned that a law which prohibits us from purchasing or leasing any electric vehicles for 10 years may, in the end, force us to make fleet decisions that do not lead to the best transportation system at the best cost for our citizens. The department would like to highlight the final report of the Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Infrastructure Commission established under SB 517 in 2018. The commission suggested using the Transportation Council that's established under RSA 238A2 as a body best suited to continue their work. The department suggests that this bill and others addressing the complex issues coming from electric vehicles be referred to the Transportation Council for investigation with recommendations coming back to the General Court. The New Hampshire Transportation Council was established by the legislature to look at new transportation technologies and modes such as electric vehicles. Given the number of EV-related bills filed this session and the related various complex issue, the council is a good resource for the legislature to use to look at those bills. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We would like to have a copy of your testimony.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Representative Lekis?
Thank you. Seem to imply that there might be existing statutes that prevent the department from buying what would be the best vehicles for the state. If there are such, could you please send a list of those to the committee?
Sure. Basically, they are our procurement standards, which require us to do low bid and make it very difficult for us to do a best life cycle cost analysis and the overhead that's required to go through those processes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative Schmidt?
I'm sure you're thinking in the same direction that several of us are, that some of the issues, especially that the commissioner is raising, suggest that this may need to go to subcommittee. Have you decided that yet?
No, but I know that if it does, it will go to Representative Schuett's subcommittee.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
M. Fredericks?
Good morning and thank you. My name is M. Friedrichs, and I am with 350 New Hampshire Action, but I am also an elected official in Durham, and I will speak mainly from my experience there. There are a number of issues in this bill that raised a lot of concern in terms of its preparedness for being considered. One is that when we look at line 5, it includes any hybrid vehicles. Hybrid vehicles do not connect to the electric grid. Plug-in hybrid vehicles do. Hybrid vehicles are a technology that have been around since the early 2000s. In fact, the car I drove in this morning is a 2007 hybrid. It does not connect to the electric grid. And the concern from a town standpoint extends to really what it means to be a taxpayer in this state. So the town of Durham has been using hybrid vehicles within its town fleet for more than 10 years at this point. The cost savings have been so significant that we have managed to expand considerably the number of town vehicles and how frequently we are able to replace those vehicles while keeping the town budget flat and the tax rate flat for the last 7 or 8 years. I don't know how many towns in New Hampshire can say the same thing. So there have been significant cost savings to the town by adopting hybrid vehicles, and we are now starting to incorporate electric vehicles into the town fleet for this same reason. We obviously vet that through our fire department first, and there are occasions where it's been determined that it's not appropriate because the technology isn't there yet. But the state fire marshal has testified that EVs do not represent are not more likely to catch fire. I myself have seen data suggesting that EVs are actually less likely to catch fire than traditional internal combustion vehicles. So I hope that the committee would look into that research further. Of course, EV, as they do burn hotter. And so there are some concerns about whether that would take fire departments who are unprepared or untrained longer to put out those fires. But that's where I think that proper training is of utmost important. We had to do that throughout our history as the state incorporated new technologies, when we added natural gas systems, when we started using petroleum gas. We have systems in place to deal with natural gas leaks. We have training for our officials, and the same with petroleum fires, like the major 6-alarm fire that occurred in Epping last week, which was a petroleum spill coming from internal combustion engine vehicles. So there are serious cost savings to the taxpayers of New Hampshire that may be available by adopting these types of technologies. And carbon pollution has been established as a pollution by the state of New Hampshire in this past year, because the state has accepted funding to do several different initiatives that specifically their goal, and this is through some of the Inflation Reduction Act funding for our climate action plan, which our governor and our executive council decided to support and accept, but also the Volkswagen fund. Specifically, the details of those funds name that the goal of those expenditures has to be to reduce carbon pollution. So carbon pollution in practice has been accepted as a pollution within our state. And thank you very much for hearing my testimony, and happy to accept any questions if there are any.
Representative Banjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How is the need for EV or hybrid, plug-in hybrid from the student body? Because Durham has the large student body. Is there a big request coming from out-of-state students?
And I apologize, I can't speak into the microphone and easily see you. But I would say that at this point, no, there's not been a large adoption by students of using electric vehicles. We are seeing it more from their family members that come to visit, or the University of New Hampshire obviously receives a lot of visitors. And so the town at this point, we have 4 town-owned EV chargers, and we have at least another 2 that are operated by private businesses. We have seen an increase from just in the past year of 300% increase in the demand for the use of those chargers. And we're not able to know, though, whether that is coming, entirely locally or from out of state, but we are seeing an increased demand. So we do anticipate that the demand will grow, and that also, UNH is looking at various different technologies for its vehicle fleet. They share some of that information with us. And Durham, we continue to go by what is most cost effective for the town. And that has been now for over a decade to go hybrid wherever possible. And now we're starting to incorporate EV vehicles or EVs.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1333? Seeing none, I will close the hearing and open the hearing on House Bill 1580. Representative Lekis will introduce it.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekis, representing towns of Hudson and Litchfield, Hillsborough, District 38. The prime sponsor, Representative Notter, could not be here and just asked me to introduce the bill, and that's all I'm doing. I believe there are other people here to speak on it. Basically, this would prohibit the government procurement of electric vehicles containing components created through and use of forced labor, and it goes on to detail just what that means. And I really don't have anything else to say on this.
All right, thank you. Nick Paul.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Nick Paul. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs for Clean Energy New Hampshire. We're usually over in ST&E, so if you're not familiar with Clean Energy New Hampshire, we are a bipartisan nonprofit 501c3 organization seeking to lead the clean energy transition here in New Hampshire, looking at these issues through a fact-based lens. I don't have prepared testimony today. I'm going to be very brief because our position on this bill is fairly straightforward. The first point I would make is that while there are several thousand pure electric vehicles in New Hampshire today, forecasts from ISO New England predict that by 2032, that number will be at least 165,000. There will be 2.2 million in surrounding states and many more in Canadian provinces. Whether we personally believe that electric vehicles are a technology that's ready for prime time or not, they are coming, and I'm sure folks on this committee don't need to be reminded that 2032 is not way off into the future. It's eight years from now. The second thing is I would like to talk a little bit about cobalt. Cobalt is used for many things that we use every day. It's used in medicine. It's used in the manufacturing of prosthetics. It's used in its cobalt-60 form to treat some forms of cancer and to sterilize medical supplies. As we know, we're talking about here today, it's used in lithium-ion batteries that are used in several different devices, not just electric vehicles. It is used in industry to make super alloys for turbine engine parts. It is used to make magnets that are used in
And the
microphones,
connection to this bill is?
hearing aids. I assure you, I'm bringing it right there. Hearing aids, microphones. It is used in drying agents for paints and varnishes. And if none of that is compelling, because we're not as a state procuring all of these things right now, right? I would want to make sure that you're aware that cobalt is also used to manufacture airbags and radial tires that are on, I would assume, all of the internal combustion engine cars that we use to get here today, unless you have a cool antique car, in which case I would love to check it out. Bringing it back to this bill, we're not talking about any of those other products today. We're not talking about the cobalt that's being used in our internal combustion engine cars. We're just talking about electric vehicles, right? So we're targeting one product, which suggests to me that perhaps we're not talking about forced labor or child labor. We're talking about our personal political feelings about electric vehicles. I would suggest that folks look at Senate Bill 430, which has been brought by Senator Birdsall in the Senate, that looks to study and understand the real challenges and questions we have to answer in terms of electric vehicle adoption. Again, we are a nonpartisan organization. We do not pick technologies that we like and ignore the problems with them. There are questions that need to be answered. That is a bill that I would encourage folks to look at and support. I would encourage you to look back on the testimony of the state fire marshal during that bill, which refutes some of the misinformation on electric vehicles that you've heard in this room today. And I believe this afternoon, House Bill 1510 is being heard, which is a slightly different bill, but again is a serious attempt to understand and solve these problems. And that's all I have to say today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Michael Fitzgerald? Oh, excuse me, Representative Schmidt, do you have a question?
Well, Mr. Paul seems to have quite a bit of knowledge that might be helpful to the committee. If we go to subcommittee, I'm just wondering whether you might be available, because we need to get at the entire problem complex that is involved here if we're going to make a responsible decision for the state on this and other bills. You're clearly informed. Would you be available for assisting the committee in our further research and study of this issue if we go to subcommittee?
Certainly. So I appreciate your earnest pursuit of more information. I would suggest that I'm not a technical expert, but my colleague, Chris Skoglund, who heads our Drive Electric New Hampshire initiative, would be more than happy to make himself available to the committee to answer your technical questions about electric vehicles and electric vehicle adoption. We'd be more than happy to help with that.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
M. Fredericks? Oh, sorry. We still haven't gotten to Mr. Fitzgerald. Excuse me, that's.
Good morning, members of the committee, Madam Chair. Again, Mike Fitzgerald with the Department of Environmental Services. I'm the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division. My testimony on this bill largely mirrors the testimony on the last bill, so I won't repeat that. But I would add that we certainly concur with the testimony you just heard, that there are a wide range of products that we use today, modern electronics, vehicles, medicine, et cetera, that have many of these components that are of concern. It's not just related to electric vehicles. And so we would question why this bill targets only electric vehicles. We think that's certainly a valid point, but the rest of my testimony, again, would be very similar to ask you to direct your these to potentially consider interim study and allow the SB 430 or HB 1510 commissions to consider these issues.
Thank you. Ms. Fredericks? Please turn your microphone on.
Thank you. M. Friedrichs, again, from 350 New Hampshire Action, and also an elected official in the town of Durham. While I really commend the co-sponsors of this bill for wanting to take an ethical approach to state procurement, I want to just concur that I think this bill is not really doing that because the large majority of sourcing of cobalt is not necessarily directed to electric vehicles. So it seems to, rather than be really focusing on an ethical approach to procuring materials, to rather be looking for a way to target electric vehicles. And very specifically, how this would affect, for example, Durham taxpayers is that in this last budget season, we received a $900,000 grant, which is about 4% of our annual budget, to help us fix and replace our garbage truck fleet. We needed to procure 3 new vehicles for our garbage and recycling trucks. And the fund that helped us with that was distributed by the NHDES, and it was the Volkswagen Fund. So the town of Durham and its taxpayers would suddenly have a $900,000 gap in our budget, a 4% difference in our budget, if the state were not able to support the procurement of electric vehicles. And so there are very real consequences for state residents and for the budgets of other entities across the state by putting forward a bill like this. If I'll take any questions if you may have them, but that's all I wanted to add.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Could you clarify for me what you just said? If this passes, you wouldn't be able to spend the $900,000 you received from DES. I'm assuming because you're going to buy electric waste vehicles. That's the plan.
That's correct. So our Public Works Department did due diligence to figure out what was most cost effective for the town. These were the models that were selected. And we were able to pay for that in our budget. We have not yet received those funds. So that's not that the town currently holds them. So if this bill were to pass and we hadn't yet received the funds, we would be short almost $1 million, which is 4% of our town budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1580? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And what's up? Yeah, and I'd like to go into executive session on House Bill 1580, and I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to ITL House Bill 1580.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Although perhaps well intentioned, the bill prohibits the use of other materials in New Hampshire other than electric vehicles. I don't think it's really well thought out, and that's why I'm making that motion.
Representative Schmidt?
I don't have anything additional other than what the prime mover has suggested.
Representative Blackus?
Well, I may believe there are some problems with how electric vehicles are made. I think that trying to solve those problems by burdening the procurement process with the job of trying to figure it out and enforce it is not the way to go.
I would have to agree with Representative Blackus on that. Any other, Representative Manchaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, it's directed to electric vehicle. What percentage of electric vehicles are manufactured and assembled in the U.S.? And so that would exclude anything. So this, by putting a prohibition on procurement, this would make it harder to go forward with that.
Right, we would like to ITL the bill, so that's
No,
not, right.
Yeah, I am supporting the
Yeah,
killing
yeah.
of the,
Okay,
yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
whether it's made or assembled in the US, they're talking about constituent parts or mining or other sourcing of any other materials. And the mining of many of the materials used is morally repugnant to a lot of people. Okay. Representative Blackus?
Just briefly to clarify, if you look at the last section, it said it applies to both domestic and international forced labor. So it applies wherever in the world it takes place,
All right.
which is part of the problem with the department trying to figure this out.
Exactly. I'm also concerned that it would, even if it were obvious what materials were from forced labor or whatever, the documentation would be a handicap to every town, city, county, and the state government. Any other? Representative Blackus?
And just briefly, I mean, I really don't want to set the precedent of doing things this way because it might be convenient to enforce almost anything by forcing the procurement system to deal with it, but that's just not the way to go. It's going to burden the procurement system, and if somebody believes it's a problem, then there should be other laws, whatever, to deal with it.
Anyone else? Okay, then the motion is ITL by Representative Groder. The clerk can call the roll.
okay, Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Not here.
no, he's right there.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
sorry.
And yes on the motion.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Manjipudi,
Yeah.
I think, and Representative Lekis, I'm sorry,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
I think am I missing somebody? Did I not call someone?
They should be
Oh,
12.
I'm so sorry, Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 12-0.
Okay. The sponsor has asked us not to put this on consent, so we will not do so.
Okay.
Okay. About 1333, anything?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Want me to make the motion?
Considering House Bill 1333, does someone have a motion?
Representative Buck-
Representative Blackus?
I'll move interim study.
Second.
Okay, who
Goley.
was the second?
Goley.
Goley.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. I mean, there are concerns around the electric vehicles. It's not clear it's a good idea for the state to be procuring them, although the fellow from DOT said that they haven't been. But given that there may very well be a commission looking into the larger issues around this, I'm fine with deferring to see what happens with that. And I'd rather not do ITL. Well, it's not going to be the second year, but still. I don't know that it's wrong, so interim study seems like a reasonable way to go.
All right. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, understanding the issues surrounding, the toxicities and the fires that may happen with these vehicles, with my expertise in the fire service, I think that the bill out there that looks to study these going forward to get all the information needed, because it sounds like there is a lot more information to gather, that it would be better to wait for those two bills to come forward before moving this bill.
Okay. Does anyone else, Representative Manjapudi?
Just a quick comment about, yes, this is study is needed, but this is the second year of the session. So how effective is the interim study in terms of getting it?
Well, if we were to ITL and it were to pass the House, that would prohibit bringing a similar bill in from the Senate, which if they have studied it and or gathered more information, might not be what you want.
Thank you.
Representative Smith.
The cost.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, I was representing Representative Schmidt, and she hasn't spoken yet.
Sorry,
I beg your pardon 1,000 times.
one is good enough. Okay, Madam Chair, thank you for calling on me. The cost of replacing a battery is going to be as expensive as buying a new vehicle. I think we need to think about that. Some of these places, the fire departments or the police departments, or even individuals, if you buy a car and you pay $75,000 for it and you have to replace the battery within a couple of years, you're paying another 60. How many people, granted, it's good for the environment, I agree, but how many people can afford to operate an electric vehicle? And you have to put money into building the places for them to plug in along the highways. How practical is all of this? I'm not sure. Regardless of the EPA, I'm not sure it's a expedient thing for now. Things will, but not yet.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Okay. I have to get my ears fixed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you when you called Representative Smith.
Fine.
This is clearly an extremely involved situation, which we need to get a lot more information before we make a wise decision. So interim study would be the appropriate step to take. In my opinion, I'll be voting yes on interim study.
Okay. Anyone else? I don't see anybody. In that case, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1333, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Manjipudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the vote is 12-0 for interim study.
Does anyone object to consent on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll put this one on consent. And we'll come out of executive session, and our next hearing starts in 5 minutes. the hearing on House Bill 1466 and calling this prime sponsor, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some handouts, so I'll pass them around. Good morning, eDNA members. It's so good to see you again. I am introducing this bill, HB 1466, to you today, relative to providing disaster relief funding to municipalities after a natural disaster. This past summer, in July 2023, as well as in July 2021, many towns experienced flooding due to heavy rains. In 2022, after the July 21 floods, the legislature passed SB 409, which provided for state-funded disaster relief loans to be accessible by municipalities from the state treasury after a federal disaster declaration was made by the President of the United States. This was basically to help them pay for repair work, essentially tiding them over until reimbursement is received from FEMA. The problem with this method is that it is wholly unworkable and inexpedient for the municipality for a few reasons. Number one, you have to wait many weeks and often months for a federal disaster declaration to be made by the President of the United States. Towns don't have the luxury of waiting weeks and months to make their roads passable and safe. You cannot access state loan money until a federal disaster is declared. Number two, the timing to obtain a loan from the state is way too long, considering a municipality cannot get a loan until they get approval from the town voters. That involves setting up a town meeting. It can take 2 months for a town meeting to get arranged, especially if a bond attorney is needed by the town for obtaining a state loan, plus a special town meeting can be a huge expense for a small town. This is problematic for towns who wish to get the zero-interest loans from the state as per RSA 21-P:37-C. For further legislation would be needed to streamline this special town meeting process in the event of a natural disaster. It took Ackworth 66 days to get permission to hold and schedule a special town meeting in 2021. And I've passed out a paper that shows you the timeline of how that happened. That was back in 2022 when our state was flush with ARPA funding, a healthy surplus, yet Ackworth couldn't get any immediate financial help from the state. From the loan process set up by SB 409 in 2022 sought to fix that, but that didn't work. There was and still is no other emergency statutory vehicle to help municipalities get back on their feet quickly. So in 2022, Ackworth had to go get help elsewhere. We held a town meeting to authorize a $2.1 million loan from Mascoma Bank, who was willing to work with us. It is 2024, and we are still struggling to pay back that loan, along with the $40,000 interest, because FEMA reimbursement has been so excruciatingly slow. Mascoma Bank has been patient and has been working with the town, and our town has enormous financial challenges facing us, and 10 roads are still closed. Since SB 409 was passed, I don't know of any town that has gotten any state loan after a flooding event. Ackworth didn't even apply for the state loan after the 2023 flood because the process wasn't even in place, and because we had already exceeded the amount the town could borrow, and also because we didn't want to incur the expense of another special town meeting. Number three, the reimbursement for FEMA can take years. It's been 3 years since the July 2021 flood, and we've still not received all the reimbursement for the work that's been done. In the meantime, we had that other flood in July 2023 that washed away all the work that we did to repair the roads from the 2021 flood. Had we gotten all the financial help we needed to get repairs done from the 2021 flood, we wouldn't have had so much more damage in 2023. The fact is, small towns like Ackworth that have about 850 people cannot absorb the kind of damage done overnight by these kinds of natural disasters. They could save money for 20 years and not be able to make themselves whole. Because they just don't have the tax base and the resources to recover from it. Decades of investment in their roads and bridges were demolished in one night, causing issues concerning safety, commerce, and environment and quality of life. And I can tell you that my town suffered millions of dollars of road damage, bridge damage, and crop damage. Road repair work has been slow and expensive, and not all of it is eligible for FEMA reimbursement. On top of that, FEMA only pays to put the road back to the condition it was before the disaster event, so there may not even be coverage for mitigation efforts for larger culverts or road diversion to prevent similar destruction from reoccurring. And number 4, towns need access to funding as quickly as possible, especially when the window of time to do construction work before the winter may be short. Again, current processes are extremely time-consuming, and I can tell you, after the July 2021 flooding in Ackworth, DES and Homeland Security Emergency Management did not come until September 8th, 2021 to assess damage, a full month and a half after the floods hit us. Yet in that time period, we had to make roads passable, not only for emergency vehicles, but for our citizens' safety. We literally had one road available to get in and out of town for a time. And currently, after the July 2023 floods, we still have 10 roads that are closed and a totally destroyed bridge that won't be repaired for another 2 years. I have a crater and an impassable bridge at the bottom of my driveway. And every time I have asked about getting immediate state financial help for a municipality that has suffered incredible loss due to this kind of extreme flooding, I get the same answer. We have available funds in the state, but no statutory vehicle to get any kind of emergency funding to a municipality. So here I am today with a plan to create a statutory vehicle. We have a fund already established. Let's put money in it and allow towns that need help after disaster to access it. I know there are some kinks that need to be worked out, but I'm open to any amendments to fix them, especially as it relates to the funding, timing, and approval process through the fiscal committee, etc. And just as presidential declaration of emergency is the trigger for federal funds to be made available, I'm proposing that the Commissioner of Department of Safety declare a natural disaster in the state, which would allow municipalities to apply for grant funding from the existing Emergency Response and Recovery Fund. That's in RSA 21-P:46. This bill amends that RSA to include municipalities to be able to access funding. We can put money into this fund from our rainy day fund. It would go a long way to help municipalities get back on their feet more quickly than waiting months and years for anything to come from the federal government FEMA reimbursement program. I've put some provisions in the bill which would ensure that only towns with significant damage and with limited resources can get assistance. As for the notion that if a town gets state grant money, they may be ineligible to receive FEMA funding, I can tell you that towns I represent are tired and disgusted in working with FEMA. It's been a bureaucratic nightmare, and they don't get back nearly as much money as they put in claims for. They simply don't have the town staff or time to deal with FEMA. They're telling me that they would much rather have a state program in place to help them, and they feel it would be more expedient and efficient. Other states do this. And I would also add that with the very poor response time of FEMA reimbursement and the overall horrendous FEMA bureaucracy, we need to change this. FEMA has made statements about their programs running low on funds, so the wait times might be even longer in the future for anyone to get help from them. As for the notion, a state program like what I'm proposing is in this bipartisan bill would go a long way to helping a small town with little resources to begin to rebuild after a natural disaster and make roads and other infrastructure safe for its citizens and businesses. So I hope that you'll consider what I present today It's time we allow the state to step in to help a municipality in time of need. I asked also that you look over the link that I sent to you all via email, a report from the Pew Trust about how states pay for natural disasters in this era of rising costs. It's illuminating to see how poorly New Hampshire fares against other states. And lastly, reports indicate that the expenditures for the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Public Assistance Program, which municipalities seek reimbursement from after a natural disaster, alone increased by 23% when comparing the 2000, 2009, and 2010 to 2019 decades. The federal government as a whole spent at least $460 billion on disaster costs from 2005 to 2019. We're already hearing that FEMA is beginning to run out of reimbursement money, and they're backing away from funding reimbursement requests. As a state, we have to be prepared to help ourselves. We should start that process. And I thank you, appreciate your time, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Aaron. I'm curious if at any point during this, these two floods particularly, if either your town or you as a representative of your town reached out to our congressional delegation to see if they could accelerate FEMA and Homeland Security response.
Yes, we have.
And
they haven't been able to do anything.
Thank you.
And I mean, to their credit, down in New Hampshire, Homeland Security Emergency Management Director Rob Buxton has been incredible. He's been doing a lot of work to help run interference between the municipality and between FEMA, and trying to get FEMA, you know, they had a lot of people, they've changed the way they do things too. And they had a constant bunch of people in and out of the project. So we always had to spend time bringing people up to speed, which was a waste of time too. We gave them documentation that they lost 3, 4, 5, 6 times. It's just been miserable to work with them. But again, I would say Director Buxton has also done a really good job insofar as a lot of the rules that FEMA has us follow, or information that they are requesting from us, simply is just not, it's difficult or even impossible for municipality to provide that information. And so he has tried in various ways to get exemptions when we are required to give certain documents or certain information, whatever. And so he's done a really good job in trying to accelerate the process, and also trying to find ways in which we may be exempt from certain things that they're asking for. So yes, I mean, we've tried what we can to help move things along, but it's a huge bureaucracy. Ackworth and towns in New Hampshire who have experienced flooding are not the only ones who are requesting reimbursement from FEMA. We have all kinds of disasters and things happening all over the country. And I have to tell you too, a couple of months ago, I had the opportunity to speak with Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And I spoke to him and asked him, because Florida gets hit with disasters all the time. And I asked him, so what does your state do? Do you help municipalities? Do you help individuals? How do you handle this? He said, well, we got tired of waiting for FEMA. And granted, it's Florida, it's a much bigger state than New Hampshire. But he said, we set up our own $500 million fund. And when there's a bridge that needs to be replaced after a hurricane or something, we take money out of that fund and we replace it right away, especially if it's in a highly trafficked area or very important to commerce. He said, if we need housing for people to live in, like an RV or some other small house or something, we provide that funding for those families while their house is being rebuilt. So there are states, and in this Pew report that I sent you the link to, it shows that different states handle these natural disasters differently in terms of the way they fund. They may have reimbursement programs, grant programs, loan programs. There's all different kinds of things that are offered to the municipalities and the citizens of their states. And I find that New Hampshire is sorely lacking in that. We have completely put ourselves to depend on FEMA reimbursement. And while, like I said, SB 409 allows for a loan program, that is also a time sensitive process. You have to wait a couple of months before you can have a special election to get a loan. It's not like the select board in your town can say, oh, we're going to go take a loan. We're going to go get money. They can't do that without the voters saying so.
I have two questions.
Sure. The
First one is that it looks as though the Department of Safety requires 5 people to implement this. Was that your intention? And if so, how are we going to pay for it?
Well, you know, I hadn't talked to the Department of Safety as to whether or not, you know, what they would need in terms of resources to implement such a program. But I don't know how they need 5 people to do that. I mean, you have the commissioner who can see they already have people in New Hampshire Homeland Security Emergency Management that work on these disasters. I don't know how they would need 5 more people to implement any kind of grant program to help towns.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, as was pointed out in the fiscal note, that you required the Department of Safety to make emergency funds available within 24 hours after approval of fiscal, which meets once a month.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's something that I would need to fix in this bill. Perhaps we wouldn't have to go. Perhaps the Director of Homeland Security Emergency Management can anticipate how much funding he may need to put into this existing fund, and go to fiscal and have that funded, and then having the money in the fund, we can make those funds available to municipalities right away. You wouldn't have to go through fiscal committee for that. So I think there's an element in the bill here that I do need to fix. And I don't know if I do that within this committee here or if this goes off to finance after. I'm not sure how that
We would
works.
be concerned about that.
Mhm.
And I would be very concerned if you tried to fix it so that the Commissioner of Homeland Security had a multi-million-dollar fund he could just give away to towns without any oversight.
Mhm. I get that. And that's something I'd be willing to work with someone from fiscal or someone from finance committee to fix in this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Because
Do you
I
think
think,
the-
you know, we
the
have a
committee-
fund that's there. As far as I know right now, there's only $45,000 in it. And I think if we have a fund, we ought to put some money in it and make some grants available to municipalities who really need it in their time of need.
Okay. This will be going to Representative Schuett's subcommittee. And we will, since it's an early bill, we need to meet soon because it has to be exec by the middle of February.
Okay. But I'd be willing to sit down and, you know, work through that timing issue and money allocation issue.
Okay, yes, those are issues.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was a moment late in coming back into the room, so I missed something at the very beginning of your testimony. But I recall looking around, I think maybe Representative Schuett was here at the time, but when Alstead had the infamous flood about 18 years ago, I think, it was actually during the off season. I think it was like in July or August or something like that. And I mean, the center of town was just ripped out by the river getting dammed up, and then that dam broke, if you will, and it just ripped the center of town completely out. But we had a special session, and we took action very quickly. That was under Governor Lynch, and I'm wondering. This is clearly a major issue, and if FEMA has been so maybe functionally derelict in acting on behalf of Ackworth, then we got to do something. So the idea of a more coordinated and expanded effort, I think, is appropriate. So it seems like the subcommittee the chair is selected is going to be helpful for that. So. And you already indicated that you're willing to make some changes so.
Yeah.
Good.
And I might add, this isn't just an Ackworth issue. We've seen just in this past July 2023 floods, a lot more municipalities were hit with severe flooding and problems with their infrastructure. So I think that it's time that we look at a state to be a little bit more serious about taking on some of the responsibilities of helping these towns through this. And while Homeland Security Emergency Management in New Hampshire has been really great in their response and helping us and guiding us through the whole bureaucratic morass from FEMA, I think if we could do something simpler and more expedient for ourselves in the state, that would be to our credit. I mean, events like this, though, they're hardest on our smallest towns that have small tax bases and limited resources. And, I believe New Hampshire's spirit is to lend a helping hand where it's needed. So I would hope that we can do something.
I certainly think it's worth a concerted effort to see if we can't improve the mechanism of addressing these issues as opposed to kind of waiting for the federal government has got a much deeper pockets. Of course, we all know that, but to the degree that it's not a very functional or speedy resolution of the issue, we got to try something. So
And I had discussions with Representative Weiler from Finance. And he indicated to me when I was asking, does the state have funding to do this? He said, I could give you $4 million tomorrow and allocate that funds for you, but there's no statutory mechanism to do it. And I kept hearing that from the governor's office. I kept hearing that from the senators, Senator Bradley. There's just no statutory mechanism other than the loan process, which again is very limited because a town can only take out a loan for as much as they're available to do based on what their assets are and everything else. And the process is more lengthy. It takes a couple of months to get a special town meeting going.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1466? All right, seeing none, thank you, Representative Aaron.
Thank you so much for taking the time and listening to me, and I'd be happy to work with your subcommittee in coming up with something that's more fiscally workable.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may just add, since both your community and mine were involved in the famous Mother's Day avulsion for our towns and neighboring towns, we're very sympathetic to this, and I hope we can get something worked out.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. In that case, I'm going to close the hearing. We're due back at 1:15 for green burials. Yum. Yes, exactly. Get your lunch first. And this will be going to subcommittee. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1324, and I call the prime sponsor. Representative Lamontagne.
Hello, I'm Jessica Lamontagne, a representative from Dover. And I thank you for letting me present here today. I want to talk about how this bill came into being briefly, and also go over some of the basic concepts about green burials and natural organic reduction, as well as general practices we have about burial and death care. So I first started thinking about this because last spring, a good family friend passed away in Vermont. And he had already made himself a pine casket and one for his wife. And he was buried on his own land in a very remote place of Vermont. And I found that to be such a moving experience. And it got me thinking a lot about my own family's experience with how we've handled death. My grandparents had open casket wakes and were embalmed. And I remember as a child that was not a positive experience for me. And both my parents have opted for cremation. And I hadn't really thought much about what I would like for myself, and most of us don't. It's not a subject that is talked about, though we will all have to experience that ultimately. But at this friend's funeral, our mutual friend said, oh, you know, Jeff worked really hard to change the laws in Vermont so that he could have this green burial. And I thought, well, I'm a state rep. I think I'm going to look at what the laws are in New Hampshire. And so I've done a lot of research and talking about it with my colleagues. And so a lot of them are here today. I worked especially hard with Will Darby and Allison Knobb on this project, and they're both here today. So, and that's how it evolved to also include natural organic reduction, not just green burial. So I chose to have a slideshow because, you know, pictures can hopefully save us a lot of words as well. But why have a bill on green burials and natural organic reduction? There's growing interest in alternatives to conventional burials and cremation. The green burial and natural organic reduction are ways of caring for the dead with minimal environmental impact. It aids in the conservation of natural resources. We both reduce carbon emissions, protect worker health, help restore or preserve natural habitat, and use up less urban space. There's a lot of resources used and other drawbacks to conventional burial. They take up valuable space in our cities and towns. Embalming fluids are highly toxic. Morticians who do this work have 8 times the leukemia rate as the general population and 13 times the rate of early death due to many other diseases. And we also potentially contaminate the soil and groundwater with these toxins. And caskets and vaults also take up valuable resources, hardwoods, steel, and concrete that are just then buried in the ground. In many ways, green burial is returning to the way humans have buried their loved ones for millennia, really interrupted only in the last century. Yeah, this shows a photo of a grave it's not that deep, and people have scattered flowers, and it's clearly in a wild location. Green burial cemeteries have been growing in recent years. And this shows a chart just in the last 18 years or so, how it's continued to grow. And I passed out one of the handouts as a list of all the green cemeteries in the state of New Hampshire. And when I first saw this list, I was surprised there weren't any in Dover. my town, and only to learn that the Quaker Cemetery in Dover was on the list at one point, and that congregation asked to be taken off the list because they were getting so many calls from people asking if they could be buried there, and they felt they weren't really equipped to handle that demand. Oh, sorry. So HB 1324 introduces new definitions to the chapter on cemeteries. What is a natural burial? It means the interment of an unembalmed human remains or human remains embalmed using non-toxic embalming fluids and that rest in a non-toxic, non-hazardous plant-derived disposition container or shroud. And this is a picture of two caskets that would break down relatively quickly, a wicker or a pine casket.
Yes, Representative, you don't really need to read the slides to us
Okay.
since you're providing all of them.
Okay. Yes, I do have the handouts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whoops, sorry. I also found out that green burials are already legal in New Hampshire. So you can have one in your backyard if you want to, but that's not really practical unless you live on a land that's not going to be developed, because we can see what happens to some old family plots that were once out in a field. But most people would like to be buried in a cemetery, and our statutes require that municipalities provide a cemetery for people to be buried in their town. Yeah, I went over the list of green burials already. But HB 1324 also defines what a natural burial ground is. The main reason, so green burial is already legal in New Hampshire, but the main reason it's hard to get one is the cemetery bylaws prohibit it by still requiring vaults. And this is a picture of a whole stack of vaults in a warehouse. The vault is what requires the burial to be so much deeper, commonly referred to as 6 feet under. Actually, the law that was changed in Vermont, the only thing they had to change was the burial depth. They had a statute that the grave had to be, I think it was 5 or 6 feet deep. But that's not ideal for green burial. Other things that the vaults do is they increase the depth and width that's needed, the width as well, and a lot of that's just for running the lawnmowers and to prevent the ground from sinking. But with the green burial, you really want to be about 3.5 feet underground, which allows for natural decomposition to happen. And you could pile more organic material on top of soil, a big mound on top of the grave that'll settle gradually. And this is a picture from the Green Mountain Cemetery in Montpelier, Vermont, where they've chosen just to have a more natural way of managing the grounds and not mowing it tight like a playing field or a golf course, but just let it grow a little wild and bushwhack it once or twice a year. All cemeteries take up a lot of space, but we think they're going to be there forever, but they're probably not. This is a picture of the catacombs in Paris where they had to dig up a lot of cemeteries and move the bones to a big underground chamber. A friend of mine went back to Switzerland where his mother had died 40 years or so before. So he went to visit her grave and he was told he couldn't find it. And they said, well, that's gone now. We after 35 years, we just removed that grave. And he couldn't really get an explanation of what happened to her remains. But the other alternative to burial is to really leave no permanent monument to our lives and reducing the body to ashes or soil. Which leads us to cremation, which is now the most common means of final disposition. In New Hampshire, 70% of people are opting for cremation. And why is cremation increasing in popularity? It's cheaper, doesn't take up space. Cemetery space is less available than it used to, and you have more options for what you decide to do with the ashes. But you could see that cremation, in a way, it's very, it's like death sort of disappears. For me, I spent a lot of time with my dad right up to the end of his life when he died. And then when he went to be cremated, it wasn't suggested that we go along and witness that process at all. He was just gone. And then a couple weeks later, we got the ashes. Where with a natural burial, it's more gentle. I think of it as a gentle disposition that family members can witness. This is just a little more of it. You can also choose to bury ashes, cremated ashes, in a cemetery as well, or bring them to a columbarium. But why not cremation? Why would we want an alternative to that since it's so popular? Well, it uses a lot of fossil fuels to burn a body at a really high temperature and emits a lot of CO2 into the air. It uses a lot of fuel up, and it creates air pollution locally and can release heavy metals and other elements into the air. Which leads us to natural organic reduction, which can be seen as an alternative to cremation. Likewise, it's considered the final disposition. And instead of getting ashes, you will get soil. So HB 1324 authorizes natural organic reduction, and we have definitions of that in the cemetery chapter, as well as the soil that results. And a big part of that long bill you received is a new chapter under 325, which is under the funeral director's chapter, to establish how the licensure and oversight of natural organic reduction will happen in New Hampshire. And it's modeled very much after the chapter on cremation. I think we would all agree that when it comes to handling dead bodies, that we would want it carefully regulated and overseen. And natural organic reduction is now legal in 7 states, and there's legislation underway in many states, especially in New Hampshire now. And it's a new means of disposition of human remains, though the science behind it has been used for composting agricultural animals for decades. And how it works, I don't know if you want me to go through this at all, but I think people really don't understand. But the body's placed in a vessel, wrapped in cotton or wool shroud, and laid on a bed of organic material. And in a cemetery, friends can add flowers, and they can have or other meaningful organic material into the chamber. And air and water is sometimes pumped in the vessel to create ideal conditions for decomposition. And these are naturally, the microbes that are in the body and the soil naturally go to work and break everything down. And its temperature and the airflow are carefully monitored and controlled. And any gases are filtered out before being released. And in a month and a half or so, the body is completely transformed. At the end, there are just bones left. There might be medical implants that are filtered out. And remaining bones are ground into a powder in a cremulator, which is what happens in cremation as well. It's the same technology. And the soil is carefully tested for heavy metals and any bacteria. It's usually stored for a month or two. And then the resulting soil, though, is about a cubic yard of material because so much other matter was added to the vessel. And I'm going to show some slides here that were provided by Recompose, which was really the first operator for natural organic reduction in the state of Washington. And the picture here is Katrina Spade, who's a New Hampshire native, and she founded this company. So you have these in your the handout, but it basically goes over the same process. And this fall, I was out in the Pacific Northwest visiting family, so I made a point of touring the Recompose facility. I took this picture. They operate as a funeral home. So the cemeteries, the ceremony is run like the funeral there. And this is a picture of like the ceremonial chamber in the room where they'll have the ceremony. And then it's transferred to the back room for the process. And this is a picture of the soil, which the resulting material is safe and rich, and you can use it on plants, trees, and gardens. And families can choose, well, I'll skip over some of that because you have that. But there's really careful record keeping in Seattle and other states where it's legalized for both the chain of custody for the body and the soil, and temperature, soil testing. This is another vessel from a different company in Washington. So the soil, some people would take it home just like they would pick up ashes and bring it home. And at that point, it's not considered a body anymore. There actually aren't any traces of DNA remaining. So it can be planted in your own garden if you want. But most people aren't going to take a pickup truck full of material home. So most of the operators will donate that soil to a land conservation program or reforestation. And this is a picture of some of the land where the unclaimed soil from Recompose goes, and each of those little flags are where they've planted a sapling. So I just want to review what HB 1324 does not do is mandate green burials. It does not prohibit embalming or conventional burials. It doesn't change any laws regarding cemeteries or burials. We just have added more definitions to the cemetery chapter. And it does not authorize alkaline hydrolysis. What it does do is offer greater choice for New Hampshire residents, in addition to conventional burial and natural burial and flame cremation, and what happens to our bodies after death. It will hopefully facilitate more cemeteries to adopt green burial ideals if they choose. And it clarifies scattering gardens and rites and memorial forests. So I am open to any questions.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have quite a few questions.
Okay.
Actually. I'm assuming that you are talking about possibly being incorporated into cemeteries that already exist within our municipalities, not just new cemeteries. Is that true?
Do you mean the soil or
well,
cemetery?
You talk about green cemeteries.
Yes.
And I'm looking, and you don't change any of the existing, for example, 289:2, which says that municipal cemeteries are subject to the regulations of the municipality. So each municipality would then have to change its rules or ordinances in order to allow that. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay.
And like I have already gone to the Dover Cemetery Board to promote the idea of changing their cemetery laws. But it is not a state mandate that every municipality has to.
But each municipality would have to make changes in order to allow it.
Yes.
Okay. Follow up. I'm also concerned, you talk about being able to do a burial on your own private property. Would there be some kind of stipulation that if and when that property changes hands, if it gets sold, that the new buyer should be informed?
Yes, that is existing statute that you may be buried on your own property, and you do have to record that grave on the deed so future residents know, but that's already in statute.
Okay, thank you. And follow up. On page 1, line 22, talking about cremated remains or natural organic reduction can be mixed with or placed on top of the soil or ground. Am I understanding that this would be placed on top of the ground, not covered in any way?
That might be, in that case, we are talking about the soil. So it is not, once natural organic reduction has taken place, that's considered the final disposition. It's not considered a body anymore. And the material can be treated as soil.
As soil, okay. And
It's so there
is there any concern that that would attract animals that might be attracted to?
no more than any other soil would be. There's
soil.
really no trace left of what was a body.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Blackus?
This is kind of a maybe clarification question for what Representative Schutt asked. So you said if, it's put on private land, there's the current statute about recording that, but if it's not considered a body and it's just soil, is that really required?
No, you have to record if you're burying a body, if you're making a grave. So with the soil, it's not considered a body anymore. People routinely scatter ashes. That we have nothing in statute about their right to do that, which we actually do in here. We did clarify that you have a right to scatter ashes or the soil on private property with permission. And likewise, if you were to donate the soil to a conservation land, you could have an arrangement to do that, whether it's a green cemetery where they may use the soil as fill. Cemeteries actually are looking for fill all the time. My husband and I are working construction, and we once had a chimney taken down, and we're trying to find a way. Like, wow, it's a very expensive thing to bury. And someone said, oh, just go ask Tom Duffy, the grave digger. He takes the bricks. And sure enough, we delivered the bricks to the cemetery, which we used to fill in holes. So this would be an alternative of perhaps a more appropriate material to fill in holes in the cemetery, because it's just soil.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if people want to take it to a place that they consider sacred or protected, a cemetery might be a good place to take that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Composting sludge from wastewater treatment plants, which could have pathogens from humans, requires some significant monitoring and certain steps that have to be reached in temperature and time to assure that you have pathogen reduction.
Yes.
I would assume the potential is there from any human remains. So is that incorporated? Maybe it will come up later, but.
Yes, we did not put in the chapter very specific things about how the soil will be tested and monitored, but it's clear that since it would be regulated by OPLC, that those rules could be set up and could be modeled after how the process is done in other states where they do the testing, and the state does not pay for the testing. The operator assumes all the cost. It's just checked on by the state. Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So I don't remember the whole thing, but is there somewhere in here that deals with that issue that he just raised that actually gives OPLC 541-A rulemaking authority to come up with those rules? Is that in here?
You know that I am not sure about that. We did ask when we worked with OLS and drafting this, they wanted to be sure that all their recent changes in rulemaking that they have for cremation were included in this bill. So I'm not sure about the exact wording of that, but I will look into it. It was my understanding that that would happen, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it's on page 11, rulemaking authority. It gives the board authority, including licensure requirements, public health requirements, sanitation, and inspection requirements.
Yeah, I thought it was in there, but I wasn't quite sure.
Okay. Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In your presentation, you alluded to the fact that embalming does use chemicals and that leaches once the body is buried. It's already leaching some toxins. How is that measured? Who is responsible for that in a cemetery?
That I do not know.
We have someone from the funeral directors board who might be able to answer that sort of technical question. That's about current status and current law, not this
which-
bill.
But probably DES.
Not necessarily. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Darby?
Did she have the one call? What? Jessica, do you have her call? I'm on pen.
No.
Okay. Do you need it?
Yes. Representative Lamontagne, if you would fill out a pink card, we'd appreciate it. Glenn? That's the same. Glenn? That's the same thing. Please.
Thank you. Chair McGuire, honorable members of the committee, my name is Will Darby. I'm a representative from Nashua Ward 8. Thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of HB 1325 this afternoon. Like many of us as we age, I recently began to think about life's end.
Representative Darby, could you please speak into the microphone? It's very hard to hear you.
Yes, thank you. Like many of us as we age, I recently began to think about life's end and the arrangement of my remains. As an outdoorsman and conservationist, my goal was to give back to the earth that has given so much to me. And I thought cremation and spreading the resultant ashes would enrich the soil and allow my wife and family to plant a tree using them in my memory. I was dismayed to learn that cremated remains have high alkaline and sodium content that is harmful to plants and must be neutralized before being used in plantings, not exactly giving back to the earth the way that I had hoped. With a little research, I learned of a burgeoning technique called natural organic reduction, which literally produces soil and can be used for planting a tree at home or rejuvenating a conservation forest elsewhere in New Hampshire. While natural organic reduction is legal in 7 states, New Hampshire only allows bodies to be buried, cremated, or donated to science. And I was not looking to leave the state I love. As I learned more, I was excited to find natural organic reduction provides a myriad of benefits. For example, NOR soil, which results from the process, does not take up cemetery space, which many communities are struggling to make available as required by law. As the soil can be taken home by loved ones for use in, for example, flower gardens or spread in conservation land, like memorial forests. Ecological benefits, in my opinion, are another important reason to favor natural organic reduction over conventional methods of remains disposition, notably a dramatic reduction in carbon emissions and use of other materials such as embalming fluids, concrete, and steel. While New Hampshire does permit green burials, there are few green cemeteries in the state, and I personally want my family to be able to have a permanent reminder at home. Ultimately, this bill is about choice and providing choices to families and to funeral service consumers as to how to honor their loved ones after their passing. This is simply an enabling bill that does not alter or limit existing disposition methods in any way, and does not add requirements to funeral homes that choose not to offer natural organic reduction for their clients. Instead, this bill allows funeral homes to work with one of the 5 companies nationally that provide NOR to make these services available in their facility or through a partnership, following the approach used for cremation services. Numerous studies have found green burial options to be widely popular, with over 50% of people in pursuing green burials and techniques like natural organic reduction. Some experts even believe this market will mature into a $1 billion industry over time. Many people are not familiar with natural organic reduction, and as I have talked to other representatives, friends and constituents, I've often been asked a few questions, such as, what happens to the bones? The NOR process breaks down the body into nutrient-rich soil and eliminates all traces of DNA. However, as with cremation, bone fragments remain, which are reduced into unidentifiable dimensions and added back to the resultant soil to provide additional nutrients. This is similar to the process used for cremation remains. It also includes removing non-organics like implants. What about diseases and bacteria? The NOR process heats the body to temperatures exceeding 131 degrees for several days, eliminating pathogens. The resultant soil is tested for contaminants, including testing for salmonella, to ensure pathogens have been destroyed prior to releasing the NOR soil to the family. For worker safety, this service cannot be provided to those with a few rare diseases, such as Ebola or tuberculosis, or those with the radiation seed. Does the process smell? The NOR, natural organic reduction, does not smell, as microorganisms break down resultant gases into carbon dioxide and water, and filters eliminate remaining odors. Additionally, this bill allows a municipality to restrict the location of NOR facilities, as happens today for cremation facilities, and also requires sending notice to nearby property owners prior to establishing an NOR facility. NOR soil is exactly like other compost in texture and odor. What happens to the soil? The NOR process results in approximately 1 cubic yard of soil, about the volume of a pickup truck bed, as organic materials are added to help with the transformation. While families can take all of the soil from their loved one's remains, they typically opt for a small portion to plant a tree or use in a garden as a memorial. NOR soil cannot be sold or used for growing food. Instead, remaining soil is usually donated to conservation forests with established agreements with the NOR facility. This bill requires the NOR operator to notify the family as to the disposition of unclaimed NOR soil. This bill was drafted following consultation with industry experts, the New Hampshire Funeral Directors Association, OPLC, and the Board of Funeral Directors and Embalmers. The licensure model is directly derived from that used for cremation, which requires rulemaking by the board to regulate NOR authorities, NOR facilities, and NOR operators. While this bill contains a fiscal note, OPLC indicated that the costs related to licensing could be absorbed in their existing budget. As rules must be adopted before natural organic reduction can be licensed, there are no near-term expenditures. If natural organic reduction became wildly popular, to the level of adoption of cremation today, additional staff for a clerk and inspector could be imagined. But realistically, in the foreseeable future, a very small number of NOR operate facilities, maybe only one, would be introduced, which could in all likelihood be handled by OPLC's existing staff. Thank you for your attention and interest in this bill. I hope you will agree this bill simply provides more options to remember and honor our loved ones, as well as opening new markets to funeral home operators. Of course, I'll be happy to take questions.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. Just curious, just in general terms, what's the cost of doing this compared to, let's say, cremation?
So cremation, at the low end of cremation, I understand is about $2,000. The average price that I've read can be up to about $6,000. A full burial is, the average price I've read is $8,000 to $9,000. This is going to fall in the about $8,000 range.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Peter
Thank you.
Moran? Oh, sorry, Diane. Excuse me, Representative Schuett has a question.
Thank you. Just briefly, there's a reference in your paper about bodies with a radiation seed. Is that one of those items where they try and trace through your body various, am I understanding that correctly?
To be truthful, I'm not a medical expert in this area, but what I did read is that active radiation in the body, for example, if you have an active seed that is irradiating, or you have had very recent radiation treatment, would disqualify the body.
So, okay, that was my next question. If you have undergone radiation for cancer treatment and so forth, that would disqualify you.
It would be within something like the last 30 days. I can't recall the exact timeline, but normal radiation, like for cancer, dissipates over time. This radiation seed, as I understand it, is something that they actually implant in the body that actively radiates the body. And so because there's the active radiation at the time of death, that would disqualify the body, the same way as if you had radiation treatment the week before you passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moran?
There we go. Good afternoon, Representative McGuire and members of the committee. My name is Peter Moran. I am the executive director of the New Hampshire Funeral Directors and Embalmers Association here in New Hampshire. You may have seen me in other committee hearings in the past. And I'm also a licensed New Hampshire funeral director and embalmer. And I've been doing this for the association for the past 16 years. And I'm here today on behalf of the association to speak in opposition to the bill the way it's written. Initially, we met with the sponsors of the bill back last fall, and we did have some discussions with them. Initially, it looked at first glance to be pretty straightforward, but then the more I researched that and really dug into it, having lost my brother back in September, there was a period there where I wasn't really doing a lot, but I'm back on track again here, and we've really researched this very carefully. And let me just get my things here, watch my notes here so I don't drift off. And what I'm here to represent is the concerns and questions from our members. We had our annual meeting back on January 13th actually, in Meredith, New Hampshire, and over half of the funeral directors in the state were there for our annual meeting. The overall concerns, which I'll address here briefly, were raised, that there was a general consensus that there was no need for this, that they hadn't seen a demand for this or any interest in it. And there were concerns about custody and control and about chain of custody. And basically, the other things that came up in our discussions were potential environmental issues. I guess primarily is that, and I like to use the term as composting. You know, we're great ones. Even funeral directors were guilty of using a lot of euphemisms. You know, we like to, it makes it sound nicer and everything. We can call it natural organic reduction. You know, that could be what occurs in a green burial. It could be occurs in any number of situations. But our concern here too is that the term natural organic reduction and NOR, which are always capitalized, is it could be a copyrighted term, could be owned by someone. Haven't researched that. We would prefer that generic terms be used and call it human composting. The previous statute 325A, which is our cremation statutes, are cremation of human remains, and that we call this composting human remains. Just call it what it is. You know, we don't need to do anything to confuse the public into this is something. The same thing with alkaline hydrolysis when we talked about that years ago, is that, you know, the terms were resumation and this. Well, what is it? No, it's alkaline hydrolysis. Okay, and we can figure out how that process works. That's one of our concerns. And of course, this is it's funny. I've heard a 4 to 8 to 12 week process with natural organic reduction or with human composting, and we're not clear how long it actually does take. And as far as, you know, to the average person, this may sound like a very basic, straightforward, biologically sound, kind of a holistic approach. You know, I mean, it kind of, you know, might make you feel good. And I understand that everyone is looking for something different here. But I don't think it's nearly that simple. We're concerned that there's a lot more. This is a relatively new process in terms of human disposition of human bodies. We've been using it in agricultural now for several decades for farm animals, which I won't go into that. That's not the scope of this hearing. You know, it's done quite differently there. But here, you know, we are worried about the soil and the water and any possible air contamination because there is, you know, there's a process of maintaining the right temperatures. There's ventilation in these systems. And then, of course, what we're dealing with afterwards, you know, they refer to it as a soil, but you're going to have the byproducts of every part of that decomposition of that body, because that's really what we're talking about is the decomposition of the body, breaking down our body and back into the most basic elements. Those are all going to be contained in this soil or whatever this product is that comes afterwards. The long bones, as in cremation, will survive this process. 3 months is nearly not enough. And I do raise the question, I believe that DNA is still held in the bones. They found that in ancient graves. They're able to extract DNA from individuals who were buried for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Apparently, anyway, there's other issues like that we're concerned about. The cost efficiency doesn't, well, you know, it isn't the most cost-effective thing, and that's up to the individual. Mainly, again, then the other issue would be the transportation of this material and where it goes. Right now, the bill would state that it can be placed anywhere with permission of the landowner. Well, you know, that can occur in New Hampshire without anyone knowing about it. You know, as far as EPA and the Department of Environmental Services, that, you know, we're not talking about a small amount of material. And then, of course, in terms of coming out of the pandemic, as we did, we realized that, you know, what we need is an effective means of taking care of our dead. And cremation, our crematories, we stayed ahead of everything during there because we weren't hit with a surge like other states were, but we had other states, Massachusetts and Connecticut, who were transporting their dead to New Hampshire to use our crematories. Because the cremation can be done in a 3 to 4 hour period. Turn them around, they could bring several individuals up and pick them up a few days later, their cremated remains. It would be very effective. I mean, from a business perspective, this I don't think has a lot of appeal because of the sheer amount of time that it takes in order to accommodate an individual. And then that's up to the individual situation, of course. They did mention that, you know, there are 7 states. I only had 6, but I guess there's one more. But among them are Vermont and Massachusetts, and then New York a little further away. So we have 2 neighboring states who have approved this, but over a year later, and I spoke with my colleagues in those in Vermont and Massachusetts, they're still working on their regulations. After a year, they're still kind of slogging their way through the regulations. So that tells me there may be more to this than meets the eye. So of course here it's a little confusing too, because we're dealing with two different statutes. We're dealing with a new section 325B, which I understand, mimics, if not duplicates, the cremation statute, in that it just interchanges cremation and other similar words for the natural organic reduction or the human composting. But we can't interchange these two processes. They're very, very different, incredibly different, particularly when it comes to the disposition or the scattering of this material. Again, as they'd said, in cremation, what remains after cremation, and of course, cremation occurs between 1500 and 1800 degrees. It's hot, okay? Everything, the container the body is in, whatever clothing, whatever things they're doing, those are consumed first in the process. That's gone. And then all that remains are the calcified large bones that are left. And they're very brittle because of extreme heat. Those are broken down in a process and pulverized into a uniform size, so they'll fit into a container, an urn or something similar to that. I always joke and say a 2-pound coffee can, if anyone uses bulk coffee anymore, would accommodate that 5 to 6 pounds very easily. With the material, and we're talking about a cubic yard. Now, I know most everybody in New Hampshire probably has a pickup truck or they know someone that does. So, but again, we're wondering what, if there's anything in this, if there's any environmental issue, does this involve either a Department of Environmental Services or EPA or the USDA? And, but having the same requirements for scattering, which is placed into 289, would lump the cremations with this organic, this composting soil. Let's see, just don't want to repeat here. I've already covered that. And of course, New Hampshire has an 80% cremation rate, which is rising all the time. And there are always going to be those who want to have a traditional burial. And there are those who will donate their body or science, or they will leave. They'll be taken to another state for their disposition. I've always said in funeral service that when people die, they go home. If people that die in Florida who came from New Hampshire, they tend to come back. So there's other issues there. I do want to just address, before I close, I do want to address a few of my concerns here that came up. We kind of discussed this last year with another bill, and I just want to clarify some of this. I know we're kind of, nobody wants the funeral director sitting next to them in the reception after the funeral. It's like a priest once told me, no one wants the clergy sitting with them in a wedding reception. So they've already seen enough of us, but there are misconceptions here often, and we're kind of often made to look like the bad guy. And we tend to try to, or the bad woman, but we tend to we do our best to help the families in the state. We have a real sense of service and duty. Basically, we're very careful in our funeral service, and here in New Hampshire particularly, is that we're not in a position, we don't want to dictate what any individual should do or shouldn't do, or in this case, what the cemeteries should or shouldn't do. Each city or town dictates controls their own cemeteries. Now, we're not going to tell them what they need to do. There are some cemeteries in New Hampshire that provide for green burial. And of course, there is nothing in our statute that prohibits green burial. Alkaline hydrolysis is prohibited expressly as a result of a legislative issue a few years ago. But there's nothing that prohibits green burial or you doing that process on your own property and so forth. And if the cemetery offers that space, then you have that. And that also there's no requirement in the state of New Hampshire that you must be embalmed. The only part of the statute, actually it's in the rules, that if you're going to be entombed for the winter, okay, for spring burial, because many cemeteries, particularly the small ones, close for the winter. We don't have an open winter like we do this year. And many of these old cemeteries are very small, very hard to negotiate, even in the summertime. And of course, these cemeteries were set up back when graves were dug by hand. And even then, they would hold these bodies over for the spring burial because the ground was frozen solid. Bigger cemeteries have the means to thaw that and do that. City of Keene, down where I'm from, they bury year round. But that's a cemetery issue. It's not for us to dictate what they do or don't do. What I said last year when we had another bill talking about embalming, and it was really basically about green burial, and I said, I'm going to say it again, is that why doesn't someone who's interested in this, or a group of people, get together and establish a New Hampshire green burial cemetery and just have it. So it's like with our New Hampshire Veterans Cemetery, there's that one, which covers all of New Hampshire, but there could be a private cemetery that would offer this to individuals who wanted to have it, rather than trying to get every city and town to forcing them to do this. That's not an argument I want to be in. I know I come from a small town of Surrey. And the other question is that, the other thing I wanted to clarify is that as far as private burial, I know, yes, it's permitted in the state and has been for a very long time. The last I did check is that there is no longer an acreage requirement. And it was pointed out, the only requirement is that the location of where that body is buried is listed, the GPS coordinates are filed with the Registry of Deeds. So it is on the document that someone is buried there. You might see that, there's old cemeteries all over the place. And then I'm just going to close up here. I just had a few more things I wanted to just... I think I've about covered everything. But in conclusion, I just want to just say that, we have our neighboring states that have approved this and they're working on their regulations. I would just urge the committee to maybe we should just pause. I would like to pause and see how they navigate this process, another year or two or whatever, once they're up and running, and see I want to talk further with my colleague in New York State, to see what issues they've approached. I really like to err on the side of caution. I'm a very careful person myself, and I think even more so as a funeral director. And I just want to evaluate, then we can reevaluate this and then see if it's something that's going to be a good fit for, here in the Granite State. So I want to thank you for your time and consideration. I went way over my requested time, but I had a lot more here to cover. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Moran. I have a couple of questions, but I'll start with the one with embalming and when the body is buried after. Who is responsible for testing the soil around where the bodies of embalmed bodies are buried, and if there are any leaching?
Pardon me, Representative Mangiapudi, that really isn't relevant to this bill, and we're already over time. So if you could take that offline, I'd appreciate it.
My second question was, if the neighboring states are doing, don't we have the obligation to provide that kind of alternative choices to our residents now? Like you said, people come home. So to have that option at home rather than go outside. So won't that be an option to consider this?
Well, to answer your second question, yes, people do in general come home when they die. One of the advantages, if we had it now, as we say with alkaline hydrolysis, it specifically states in the statute, and I'm not sure how exactly that happened, well, actually I do, and I won't get into that, is that even though it's prohibited here in New Hampshire, we still allow for that individual's body to be shipped to Maine, where there is an alkaline hydrolysis facility. The process can be done, and their little container of basically their bone residue is returned to the family. So, and I think the same thing would be with the natural organic, sorry, I'm trying to, a couple different places, but with natural organic reduction or human composting, if there was allowed in Vermont, and that it would just be a matter of transporting the body to that facility and then the remains would be returned to the family, however that's done. But I think, yeah, I would personally prefer, having done this for a while, I would prefer to kind of sort out whatever questions and issues we think we might have before we make it statute, make it law. Because once we do, it's a lot harder to come back here and ask you folks to change things. I just don't want us to get into something that we'll regret a little later. And I may be totally wrong. I may be totally wrong. I always err on the side of caution. So I will yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to write down all of your concerns as you were going through them.
He did provide written testimony.
Thank you. It seems like a number of those could be fairly easily handled in rulemaking. So if you take out chain of custody, which is handled through in cremation and rules, right? And whether or not you call it NOR, you call it something different. Okay. Those aren't huge hurdles in my estimation. If you take those maybe less drastic pieces out, what's the biggest concern that you have about this? If that makes any sense, the question. You listed a number that I think aren't maybe as critical as others.
No, thank you, Representative. Well, obviously, there is a difference. There's a variation in how critical our concerns are. It's a general, I guess our main concern is that we don't know. I think there's more about this process than we really know. It's all relative. It's all very new. If we have other neighboring states doing this so that we can get real information about the issues that they're finding, we can hopefully avoid those issues. And I also believe if we're going to permit human composting, we should go back and lift the prohibition on alkaline hydrolysis. I mean, no one's going to agree with everything, believe me. And I understand that, and I appreciate that. I do. So I try to keep my own feelings out of this entirely. I'm a great believer, as everyone says, about offering the people of New Hampshire choice. And I think we can do that in several ways. Like I said, what I explained to the representative here is that, we have neighboring states, and once this process is online, then we can see how it works. And then if we want to adopt it, I'd be up here advocating for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sarah Clark.
So I'm passing around my testimonial and a green burial flyer for you to look at, and I'll read a shortened version of what I'm passing out to you. My name is Sarah Clark. I live in Newmarket, New Hampshire, and I'm a caregiver and death doula working to create a green burial cemetery. And I'm in support of House Bill 1324, and I'll tell you why. Through my death doula training, I learned how to provide holistic support for those in the intense transition of dying, something I had already been doing in my personal life for years. I also learned about the environmental issues with cremation and immediately resonated with the idea of a green burial, and I hope to start a green burial cemetery sometime in my life. Then last summer, a friend who works as a funeral director in the Seacoast shared that she receives many requests for alternative interment options, and is disappointed she has so little to offer to meet the wishes of these families. Since that fateful conversation, an idea was born, and she and I and numerous others have been working hard to create a green burial cemetery in the Seacoast. What started as an exploratory idea has been solidified into an incorporated nonprofit, propelled by an astounding amount of interest and support seemingly everywhere we turn. We have two funeral homes that are committed to partnering with us based on how much interest they get from their clients. And we're also in talks with land trusts to find the right piece of conservation land for the cemetery. I have extras of those. And yeah, we aim to fit collaboratively into the existing death care framework in our area. You can see more about the project on our website. Through my Green Burial Cemetery efforts, I was introduced to Representative Lamontagne and learned of her work to further define green burial terms in our state statutes. I'm so pleased a lawmaker is paying attention to this rapidly growing movement and seeks to expand it even further with natural organic reduction. Although I'm not looking to open a NOR facility, I'm in support of anything that further clarifies the legality around these alternative death care options. And I would be delighted to collaborate with any future NOR facilities and potentially receive their excess soil to use to further conservation efforts on the cemetery property. I'm here today to support these initiatives because of their gentler environmental impact and because they reflect the desires of the many environmentally conscious individuals in our community who are asking for more options. Thank you for your attention. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Are there questions? Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. Are you aware of any other cultures anywhere else in the world that is using this process of death?
Good question. So not fully. I know there's a lot more flexibility in Europe around these practices, and that's less of a hurdle. And I know that indigenous cultures really support this type of practice. But I haven't done a full deep dive into the other cultures. It's a great idea.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Bob Dunn? Turn your mic on, please. There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, and I'm here today on behalf of Bishop Peter Labashi to respectfully register our opposition to House Bill 1324. And I should say right at the outset, obviously the Catholic Church has teachings on the disposal of human remains, and I am not here to suggest that you should act in any particular way because that's what the Catholic Church teaches. All I would like to do is to ask you to consider the principle that is at the heart, not just of Catholic teaching, but it's at the heart of the secular body politic as well, and that is the principle of the inherent dignity of each human being. As you look at the various laws and rules that deal with the disposal of human remains, it's pretty obvious that they're proceeding from the starting point that those remains are entitled to be treated with respect. And that's clearly a consequence of the dignity that that human being possessed in life. And it also serves as a reminder of and a reinforcement for the dignity that human beings possess. And so the way that we treat human bodies is to some degree, it has an impact on the way that we treat living people as well. And that's why we oppose this bill, because in our view, natural organic reduction of remains is a process that simply isn't consistent with human dignity, especially insofar as it's tied to human composting. Because to treat the human body in a utilitarian way is something that reinforces the principle that living humans can be treated in a utilitarian way, in our view. Now, I recognize there are going to be differences of opinion on what is consistent with human dignity, but I simply ask that in all of the discussions that you're having on this, and we've heard a lot of technical things today, that as you deliberate, you answer for yourselves in your own minds, first of all, the question of whether this process comports with human dignity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dunn, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering, it seems like there's a kind of a value judgment with regard to the use of the term
Composting.
That's, I was trying to remember exactly what the composting example. But when Representative LaMontagne was testifying, she talked about the fact that once a certain status is reached or state is reached, there is no more DNA. It's not human remains anymore. It's just stuff. She didn't use that word, but I'm using it.
Right.
If there's no human, no DNA, there's nothing left of the human body, right? It's just stuff.
Right. Well, I'd answer that, I guess, by saying two things. First of all, that was a human body. Okay. So it's something that I think is inescapably still human remains. And if it's not human remains scientifically, it certainly is, I think, existentially or philosophically. But secondly, Mr. Morin testified that there is still DNA that's associated with the bones that are in the soil, as they're calling it. So I guess I would just simply respectfully disagree that this is something that is separated from that human being that existed previously.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Mel bit yet? Representative Brown?
Sorry, I do have a
Mr.
question
Dunn,
for you,
there's
sir.
a question.
Sorry, I thought you saw me, Madam Chair. My apologies. Thank you for being here. A refreshing change of outlook on this. A person that's buried in a pine box or some other easily decomposable container that isn't embalmed sort of ends up in the same condition. And do you find a difference in that? So eventually this body that's buried in the soil decomposes and becomes part of the soil, or it doesn't get moved. And forgive me for asking this way. Do you have a problem with that? Let me see if I could be simple.
Do I have a problem with?
So you see a difference there between human composting, I guess you're taking the soil elsewhere, or just human composting that happens in the ground on its own?
Well, I think the body that's buried in a traditional way is not being composted, right? It's not being used for the purpose of growing other things. It is given its own dignity in its own place. Thank you.
Mel Bennett and Jessica Johansson. Sorry about the confusion.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Johansson, and I am the Director of Community Engagement for Life Forest Cemetery in Hillsborough. And this is Mel Bennett. She is the co-founder of Life Forest, creator and co-founder. Now, Life Forest is a nonprofit conservation cemetery, as I said, located in Hillsborough. We provide plots and memorial trees for the burial of cremated remains only at this time. Life Forest was founded on the need for alternative burial and memorial options, so we are always in support of new disposition methods for families to memorialize their loved ones. It has been Life Forest's hope and vision that we would eventually have the opportunity to provide burial options for those choosing the process of natural organic reduction, or NOR. So we are thrilled that a bill authorizing the natural organic reduction of human remains is in front of the New Hampshire State Legislature. However, after reading the bill carefully, we are here to ask you to consider one important detail which hasn't significantly been addressed in the bill, and that is the actual definition of the resulting material of the NOR process. Is it human remains or is it a product? If it is a product, is it actually soil, a soil additive, or is it compost? As a cemetery hosting conservation land, Life Forest has an environmental responsibility to ensure the safety of any compost or soil that is brought onto publicly accessible land. Over the past year, Life Forest has taken the time to research and reach out to national, state, and local environmental, agricultural, health, and death care agencies for recommendations of data that should be provided to Life Forest in order for the safe and legal acquisition of any soil or compost received after the process of NOR. This research was done in preparation for Life Forest to be ready to receive NOR upon legalization in multiple states in our growing profile. According to Life Forest research, there are no specific established guidelines from any national or state environmental or agricultural entities around the spreading or burial of NOR material. We have compiled our concerns along with research citations in the accompanying document entitled Land Application Considerations for Natural Organic Reduction. But we would like to simplify our concerns for you now using 3 companies listed in our research. So we have Company A. They describe the end result of their natural organic reduction process as soil. Soil is federally regulated by the United States Department of Agriculture, the USDA. Company B, they describe their end result of their natural organic reduction process as compost. Compost is regulated by state environmental agencies. Company C describes the end result of their natural organic reduction process as human remains. Human remains may be regulated at the state level by the Department of Health and/or Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, for example. There are many permits required for and restrictions on the movement of soil. However, Life Forest research has not shown the same restrictions on the moving of compost. Whether the final product is soil, compost, or soil additive, it must still be a registered product under USDA guidelines. However, each of those designations will come with a different rule set that needs to be followed. This is why we believe that the resulting material of the natural organic reduction process must be defined before passing the legislation.
Thank you very much for that information. Are there any questions? No, thank you.
Hi, I'm Mel Bennett. I've been operating a cemetery in New Hampshire for about 4 years and went through the legislation, all the process. I have done some very deep research with the national level Environmental Protection Agency, as well as the USDA. I opened several inquisitive cases with both the national and as well as the local level Department of Agriculture. I am so very thankful that different people have different ways of healing their heart. And we do get a lot of people who wish for this. And I wish that anybody that wants to heal their heart in whatever way makes sense to them, I want that to be available to them. But when I made the calls to my contacts and my ombudsman at the Department of Environmental Services, there were no clear answers because any amount of soil in which you take, whether permanent or non-permanent placement on land, requires a permit. So when I asked, how do I get a permit for NOR? They said, well, what is it? So we get you to the right department. And I said, it's soil. And they said, okay, you need to go to the USDA. And the USDA said, well, you need, even for a small amount, a handheld of soil that's going to go across states. Much like firewood, local firewood cannot be brought across state lines, but firewood that has been approved, sealed, and recognized as a product can. You can buy it at Home Depot, but it's because it's been regulated in a safe way. So my fear is that they're going to be asking funeral directors to become agricultural experts. And then at the end, if we don't have a legal definition of what it is, there will be a lot of responsibility placed on the end result on where it can go legally. And we can't take it legally because we can't get a permit for it because the descriptions are not clear. So this is our concerns. Do we have any? But I love the idea. I love the idea that it heals hearts, but I just legally have to know what it is.
Thank you. That's a serious concern. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I take it that's someone else who wishes to testify?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for taking my testimony. I understand you're running behind, so I apologize. My name is Allison Knapp. I'm the state representative from Rockingham 12 Stratum and one of the co-sponsors of this bill. I just wanted to address a couple of things that have been mentioned here today. One is that in talking to companies that are already doing this across the country, many people choose this for environmental reasons. So the idea that you would have it done in another state or have your body transferred to another state to have this done and transferred back sort of negates the effect of the environmental concerns that people are doing this for. So I respect the idea that you could do it in another state, but I think many people would want this available in New Hampshire and want the option here. I would also just remind people that this is enabling legislation. It allows people another option, and for many people, this is something they desire. When I talk to people about this bill, having been a co-sponsor, so many people are really excited about the idea, and I think it's a really important option for people to have in the state. And lastly, I will say that we have reached out to DES. The Solid Waste Division has said that they would not regulate compost derived from natural organic reduction. So there might be a question remaining on that the committee would need to investigate, but it has not been our understanding that it is something that would have to be regulated in this way. And we also believe that that could be addressed in rulemaking, the disposition.
Well, if the statute defines your product as soil, which, and looking at the bill, that's what it does, then it needs to be regulated as soil. If you're going to declare it as compost and get a different set of regulations, then we need to work on the bill.
Okay.
So
it
we're
is-
in agreement.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Any other questions, folks? All right. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1324? No, thank you very much. This will be going to the Subcommittee on Rules. And I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1075. And
Oh, yes.
Representative Grotto will be introducing the bill.
I'll be right back.
It's gonna be a doozy. Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Hi, everyone. I'm Representative Jackie Grota, representing Rockingham 24, the towns of Greenland and Rye. And I'm here to introduce Representative Horgan's bill, which is House Bill 1075 enact enabling the abolishing of daylight savings time. I believe you all have his written testimony, and are there any other speakers who have signed up?
There are 5 of them.
Okay, great. So I will yield to the other speakers.
All right, thank you. Judy Johnson?
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony. For several years, you might have remembered a gentleman by the name of Mr. Burnham. He lived on Route 13 in Dunbarton, who made national headlines because he refused to recognize daylight savings time, because he said, the cows don't understand it, my crops don't understand it, and neither does my body. I go by the sun. I know we've all experienced waking up that day after the clocks are changed, tired and exhausted, and wondering how we're going to make it through the day. And it usually takes us about a week to get adjusted. As a mom, getting our kids ready during that time is also very difficult because we have to wake them up an hour earlier than usual. It's been very difficult. And as a high school teacher for 26 years, I can tell you how much it is a detriment to students. As a teacher of juniors and seniors in high school who are tired, they don't get enough sleep to begin with, daylight savings time does hurt their performance in class. And it usually, again, takes about a week, 2 weeks to get adjusted. I think the sun should be the guide for our bodies. It's the natural way that our bodies react. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've never had to use an alarm clock because my body knows what time it is. So I am in support of House Bill 1075 and hope you are too. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you.
Any questions?
All right, very good. Scott Spaulding?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Scott Spradling. I'm representing the New Hampshire Association of Broadcasters. This is a repeat performance of sorts. I think we've had this conversation around this idea in multiple sessions before. And let me make it very clear that the previous speaker's message absolutely resonates with the men and women who work in radio and television every single day. And if it was a matter of our clock hours and our schedules being set by the sun and by the cows, we'd be in great shape. But I think it's really important to understand the reason why we oppose this bill is because it will create some very serious financial and scheduling impacts on us. Radio and TV works in the clock business. Many of our members have radio stations that are in more than one state. The way this bill and the follow-up bill are structured, it bifurcates all of New England and sets us apart from the rest of the region and creates some very real, dramatic, and absolutely measurable fiscal impacts. Great Eastern Radio operates along the Connecticut Valley in Claremont, in Lebanon, up and down the western part of our great state. They also have stations in Vermont. There is a great deal of simulcasting in New England radio stations. And before anyone argues, well, we have already time zones around the country, you are absolutely right. And they were established before broadcast radio got started. So our radio stations came together after we already had established time zones, not before. This type of an approach, this type of a bill, will do immediate damage to an industry that is already working very, very hard as we watch technological changes happen around our country. I would respectfully ask that you take a different approach to something like this. It is admittedly the harder way to do it, but I would hope that the sponsor of this bill and the next bill who have keep offering this proposal would start collaborating with our federal delegation and have this conversation with a 50-state strategy and not pick a handful of states around us. I think it's also important to note that at least one of the bills that you're hearing talks about linking to Maine and Massachusetts. It is our understanding, because the NHAB has to track this with other broadcasters in other states, that these conversations are not happening elsewhere, so you're wasting your time. So I would please ask that you respect the fact that a decision like this would have a very measurable negative effect on the broadcasters. Please don't mess with the clock radio. Let's go have this conversation in Washington where it belongs. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Schmidt and the man deputy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Representative.
So we've had bills in the past, as you know. It's an eternal,
Yes, sir.
timeless, shall we say,
Yes, sir.
timeless subject. But in the past, some of the bills have incorporated a provision which says we really should be in a different time zone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but
That's the
we
next
will
bill,
not.
Representative Schmidt. This one only says get rid of.
Just get rid of.
switching.
I
ma'am.
understand, but I'm speaking to his point. We would only change ours if they change theirs, because New Hampshire is clearly linked extremely closely to Massachusetts and also to Maine, but much more to Massachusetts. We ain't going anywhere without Massachusetts moving there too. So would the bill be any less objectionable if Massachusetts changed to a time zone that would be better as far as the sun is concerned, as the previous witness was testifying?
Sure. And I certainly don't dispute what the previous witness said and the sort of the science behind the sunlight. Completely understand that. But it creates problems for our broadcasters because we have business relationships not just with Massachusetts and with Maine, but also with Vermont and even Eastern New York. So from the broadcaster's perspective, it just creates real clock hour fiscal management problems, because we can have, if you change the hour schedule, but you maintain your overall primary schedule that you have for radio stations, you can have real problems, especially with nighttime broadcasting. There are decency and indecency laws that start with 10 p.m. radio broadcast. You can have, as you can imagine, if a couple of states in New England are at 9 o'clock and a couple of states in New England are at 10 o'clock and you've got simulcasting, you're creating some real programming challenges for local radio.
Okay.
Thank you very
Man
much.
deputy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
If you totally abolish daylight saving time
Mhm.
or across the country,
Mhm.
then you would be okay with that?
No problem.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Tom Alcier.
I need it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Eastern Standard Time is the mean solar time, the 75-degree meridian west of the Greenwich Meridian. Daylight saving time is the same as Atlantic Standard Time, which is the mean solar time of the 60 degrees west of Greenwich. Now, what does it mean when you say mean solar time? Learn something new every day. The Earth rotates in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. Meanwhile, she is moving on her orbit. So when she goes to face the sun again, the same hemisphere, it takes a few more minutes to face the sun from a new position on her orbit. The exact amount varies during the year because the orbit is not a circle, it's an ellipse. So sometimes it takes a little more than 24 hours for the same hemisphere to face the sun again, for the sun to transit the meridian. So sometimes a solar day is more than 24 hours, sometimes it's a few seconds less, and these add up during the months. So the average day, however, is 24 hours. What do we mean by mean solar time? Well, if the sun transits your meridian, on average, 12 hours after your clock strikes midnight, then your clock is on average solar time. The average of 12 hours after midnight, that's when the sun should be crossing the meridian on mean solar time. As I said, Atlantic time is the mean solar time for 60 degrees west.
and Eastern Standard Time is the mean solar time for 75 degrees west, and the legislative office building in which we are sitting is 71.54 degrees west, a lot closer to 75 than to 60. So it makes sense for New Hampshire to be in the standard time zone and not the Atlantic time zone. I want to debunk the myth here with these maps, the myth that New Hampshire belongs in the Atlantic time zone. You can see in the lower map there, the map of the time zone, it kind of looks like, gee, it's so far east, maybe it belongs in the Atlantic time zone. But no, it's because the western boundary is so far west that it just kind of creates that illusion in a lot of people's minds. Take a look at Michigan. Northern Michigan is most of it is on Eastern time. The boundary actually belongs 82.5 degrees west, and most of Michigan belongs in Central time. So just as Maine would be split by a time zone line at 67.5, Washington County, Maine would be split, and the line would go through western New Brunswick. Most of New England, almost all of New England belongs on Eastern time, and why not just draw the line so that all of Michigan would be in the Central time zone? People are led to think that New Hampshire is so far east that it belongs in Atlantic time because of the illusion, because Michigan is mostly on Eastern time. So why don't they just draw the boundary lines halfway between the meridians? Oh, sure. Let's see now, 75 degrees west, 90 degrees west, halfway between is 82.5 degrees west, right smack dab through the city of Tampa, Florida. And it gets better. 90 degrees west, 105 degrees west. Let's go halfway in between, 97.5 degrees west, right smack through the middle of the heart of downtown Oklahoma City, missing the state capitol building by a couple of blocks. Imagine having a time zone boundary through Concord, missing the State House by a couple of blocks. Lots of fun. So it makes sense to adjust the boundaries a little bit to follow county lines and international borders for convenience. But that would be a difference between maybe 28 minutes slow or 32 minutes fast. But here we have a situation where we have a choice between being 13 minutes and 51 seconds slow, behind local mean solar time of this building, or 46 minutes and 9 seconds fast by being on daylight saving time. So for this reason, while we should discontinue the changing of clocks, we also need to select Eastern Standard Time as the standard and not permanent daylight saving time, which, by the way, is singular, contrary to what some people testifying here today have done. It's not daylight savings time, it's daylight saving time. Take a look at the text of the bill there. Okay, so as Benjamin Franklin said, facts are stubborn. John Adams, said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence.
Thank you. Karen Johnson. Killing trees.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, committee. I am here in support of HB 1075 and oppose HB 1679 for permanent daylight savings time. My name is Dr. Karen Johnson. I'm a sleep physician, a neurologist. I actually live in Springfield, Massachusetts, but I have family in New Hampshire. My family owns land in New Hampshire. I come up here for skiing and hiking and recreation. And so I really strongly urge you to support permanent standard time in H 1075 for three main reasons. Permanent standard time, as we just heard, is the more naturally aligned time, and more naturally aligned Sun time is best for our sleep, our circadian rhythms, which stay aligned with the sun no matter what time we set on our watches and our phones. And sleep, circadian rhythms is really the pillar of not only physical health, but mental health, as well as our cognitive function, which as a neurologist, I think is of great importance. As we heard before, when we're on the wrong time, it affects our ability to get up, our ability to get our kids to school, our ability for kids to do well in school, and that affects our families. It affects our children. Adolescents have a natural delay in their rhythms, so they actually have the highest impact from being on daylight savings time, leading to the most impacts. And it's also bad for our overall workforce. Most jobs start before 8 a.m., and those people are more likely to lose sleep. Even though a lot of people, if you ask them, how do you want to end time change? Most people, about 60 to 70% of Americans say we hate the clock change. We want to end it. And people aren't really sure of which way to go. A lot of people default to daylight savings time because they think of summer and they think daylight savings time will bring endless summer. Daylight savings time does not add any hours to the day. It just shifts the timing of that sun later. And the maps I showed you show what effect it has on the mornings. So in New Hampshire, there would be 60 to 70 days with the sun rising after 8 a.m. It would be as late as about 8:20 in the morning in New Hampshire. Those dark mornings, again, make it harder to get up, to get going. There's more icy roads to drive on. There's kids standing at their bus stops. Back in 1974, the last time we tried permanent daylight savings time, one of the reasons it was so unpopular were kids dying at their bus stops. And again, you're basically telling people, get up, go to work an hour earlier than your body is ready. In terms of some of the health impacts, a lot of people think the only problem is when we make that switch. And there are more heart attacks, more strokes, more car accidents that happen, especially in the spring after we go to daylight savings time. But what a lot of people don't realize is our bodies don't adjust within a week or two. Our bodies stay aligned to the natural sun time. And so that misalignment causes us to lose sleep throughout the whole period of daylight savings time. Places that have later sunrises and sunsets have higher rates of obesity, higher rates of cancer, have higher rates of fatal car crashes, higher rates of seasonal depression, higher rates of suicide. These have been proven with studies that have separated the effect of what is sort of the length of the day. So some of these things get better in summer. So you think, oh, daylight savings time must be better. But when you separate that length of the day effect from the time we set our clock effect, we know that it's those later clock times that are causing that circadian disruption and causing these worse outcomes. I want to talk about what it was mentioned with the radios. We do think that a national option would be best. So permanent standard time is already federally pre-approved. So any state can just say, we want to go on standard time, and it can happen immediately. And that is why, for the most part, we do endorse packed bills to avoid the economic and radio and other issues that we heard before. We have a growing number of states introducing standard time bills. Some are immediate. But for example, Massachusetts is saying we would only go forward if New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and who am I forgetting? And Rhode Island would adopt it too. Connecticut's bill is saying, we will only do it if Massachusetts and New York will only do it. So you get these ever increasing pacts where it won't actually happen unless, again, a big enough region goes forward, or more importantly, we hope that it just signals the federal government to go forward. We really need to have these state bills pass to show the federal government that there's interest in standard time, because the assumption right now, because some daylight savings time bills have passed before we got out there saying the harms of this, that is what people want. We need to tell people in the federal government that no, we are interested in having standard time. So if you you want to expand the states that are listed on this bill, I think that could be reasonable if you want to make sure that Vermont's in there and other ones. But just the way the other states are having with their bills, it will be this sort of ever-growing pact. Overall, again, the reason we made time zones was to align economic interests, trains going across, and it was called standard time because the sun was overhead at noon at the meridian at the midpoint of the time zone. This is the more natural time. Daylight savings time was brought in first in World War II and then in 1974 as a way to try to get people to go to work an hour earlier and to save energy. They never found that they saved energy. And in fact, more recent studies, Indiana, that used to be mostly on standard time, found that when they ended standard time, there was actually a 1% increase in energy costs related to increased heating and cooling bills. So a lot of the more recent data shows that daylight savings time is actually causes an increase in energy. Other data out of Indiana showed that students do worse on standardized tests when they were in even partial daylight savings time than when they were on standard time. So the choice of time is really important, affects all our lives. We want to end the time change, but we need to do it the right way with permanent standard time. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of Permanent Standard Time, which is made up of the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the Sleep Research Society, the Society for Research on Biological Diseases, the National Sleep Foundation and Stave Standard Time. The American Academy of Neurology also has endorsed it, the American Thoracic Society, the American Medical Association, other teachers groups like the Parent Teacher Association has endorsed it. Some religious groups have endorsed permanent standard time because of the way it affects prayer times. So there's a lot of support for permanent standard time, and we hope you will consider this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Is this going to subcommittee, Madam Chair?
I'm not sure. Not entirely, not sure it needs subcommittee, but thank you.
Have to wait till it gets into the next time.
Exactly. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1075?
Forgot to say something.
Yes, Mr. Alcier.
One need to debunk the idea that argument that the people are more habituated to daylight saving time. First of all, if we're habituated to daylight saving time, when are we going to break that bad habit, if not now? And secondly, the only reason that we're habituated toward daylight saving time is because we've been forced to. If you're told to bring your kids to school by 7:30, they better get there by 6:30 when they're pretending it's 7:30, or you're going to get in trouble. That's what daylight saving time is. It's pretending it's an hour later than it really is. And if you have to be in court by 9 a.m., you better be there at 8 a.m. when they're pretending it's 9 a.m., or you're going to jail. So it's only because we've been forced to be habituated to daylight saving time that I'm just finished with that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1075? All right, not seeing anybody, I'm going to close the hearing and open the hearing on House Bill 1679 and call Representative Ukela.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name, for the record, is Representative Josh Ukela from Fremont, Danville, and Brentwood. And I'm here today to introduce HB 1679 relative to changing to Atlantic time. And you, in my 5 years in this legislature, I've brought this bill multiple times, and much of the stuff I've talked about the changing of the times has already been said about its detrimental effects. However, in the last hearing, and in years prior. So I did not print out the voluminous documentation on that. So it seems like today there's two different approaches. Both are in agreement that switching the times are not beneficial, both health-wise, economic-wise, for a host of reasons. And this method of changing to Atlantic Standard Time is the preferred method by many people, by their advocacy for dislike for super early sunsets and getting off of work essentially in the dark. And I would point you to the 2017 Special Commission on the Commonwealth's time zone that I had previously given in years past to this committee, but can be found online, that talks about this issue and the benefits of it in relation to the Northeast. And I bring this, and I am in agreement, obviously, that the Senate at the federal level, I'm happy what they did as far as passing a bill that would have allowed daylight savings time all year round. Senate Bill 1623 in 2022 in Congress, but that bill was failed in the House. It wasn't acted upon. And so there is still an effort in the Northeast by many of the states ongoing to move to daylight savings time or all year round or Atlantic time zone. There is no other state considering doing standard time all year round in the Northeast. New Hampshire, Massachusetts currently has a bill 3050 that is doing Atlantic time zone all year round. Connecticut is doing proposing a bill for Atlantic time zone all year round. Vermont is proposing daylight savings time all year round. And New York is proposing daylight savings time all year round. Those all have the same net effect of being on the exact same time, and it's not the Eastern Standard Time Zone. And so if you were to be trying to go with the rest of the states in the region, they have unanimously decided that doing either daylight savings time all year round, if the federal government allows that, or requesting to move to Atlantic time zone from the Secretary of Transportation. Those are the methods that the states have been promulgating in the legislature currently. And so my bill this time is a little bit more complicated than in years past. And one of the reasons for that is the piece of paper that I passed around is the document from the Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, on kind of how they decide whether or not you're allowed to move to a different time zone or not. And some of the things that they require is information about where do businesses get their supplies and where do they ship their goods and products, and even the media broadcasts where those come from. And so the bill as introduced would essentially have a commission of all those states that agree, come together, form together, and compile that information for and submit that to the Secretary of Transportation, so that it's a unified message, so that we can get approved for the moving of the time zone. So that is why the bill is a little bit longer than before. Other states just say we're just going to move, or once the other states adopt it. But in fact, you have to request that information from or that change from the Secretary of Transportation. And this bill helps you prepare the information to go to there so that it can get approved. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Bailey.
Years ago, many years ago, I guess, my company sent me to California for a month.
Sorry.
And all the TV shows we traditionally thought of as evening TV shows
right.
were all on in the late afternoon.
Mhm.
I guess that was their kowtowing to New York, maybe, or the East Coast, because they were all the evening shows, but late afternoon. Do we give a damn what Massachusetts and Maine think? Let's just do it.
Thank you for the question. From California's perspective, I'm sure they consider them afternoon shows, and that you're just watching them at the wrong time. But I do think that I do agree that it would be beneficial to move. However, there is significant economic ties between New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Maine. And so for the people that live in New Hampshire and work in those states, I think it's a little bit different than the Arizona example, where most that isn't really big cities right on the border that would be majorly affected, as much as essentially a significant portion of our population going across state lines for work and stuff like that. So I do agree that there is some benefit of going as a group, but I'm not opposed to just going on our own. But I don't work in Massachusetts, so I wouldn't be negatively affected like some other people. So
Can I follow up?
Would we then say that New Hampshire is the tail being wagged by the dog?
I'm not sure how to respond to that. So I will.
Thank you.
Never mind.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on some of the handouts and some of the testimony already, it is said that your circadian rhythm doesn't change, if I'm understanding it correctly, and there's a certain time frame that's better for that. So let's say you move to California, your circadian rhythm stays the way it was as a New Hampshire native, and how does that relate? So being that question, if we change the time zone here and someone moves, how does that help them, or how does it not help them?
Thank you for the
If
question.
that makes the slightest bit of sense.
Thank you for the question, but as someone that was born in California and I moved here, I do think the circadian rhythm is based on the sunlight, and so you have different sunlight here, and so you're over a certain amount of time of living in New Hampshire, your circadian rhythm would reflect the sunlight that you're getting here. You're no longer getting the sunlight in California, right? So your circadian rhythm would slowly over time shift to reflect that new place that you're living. And so that is kind of what a lot of people talk about is like jet lag and stuff like that, is your circadian rhythm kind of adjusting again to that other time zone. So I think that hopefully that answers your question.
That's thank you.
Other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1679? Yes.
I just do want to clarify.
Please.
I do just want to clarify where the bills stand. There are both permanent daylight savings time, which are couched as Atlantic Standard Time. The reason they're doing that is they're trying to get around the federal prohibition against daylight savings time by changing the time zone rather than changing to the whether you're on standard time or daylight savings time. But there are bills in Massachusetts, in Vermont, and in New Hampshire for both directions right now. Last year, they haven't been reintroduced in 2024. There were Connecticut bills. So there are a lot of bills in our area. Maine currently has a study that is studying it. So there's a lot of active bills, and they're equally as much for standard time. In Massachusetts, we actually have more sponsors for the standard time bill than the daylight savings time bill. In the federal government, they tried to sneak the bill past the how they brought up for an emergency vote, sort of last minute vote. And it did pass the Senate, but was not taken up by the House. There was actually less sponsors that signed on for the 2023 version of the bill than the 2022 version of the bill. So we are seeing the movement towards more and more standard time bills, less support for daylight savings time bills. Last year, no daylight savings time bills passed any states for the first time in a few years because of the increasing education that it is less aligned with our natural body. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, I'm closing the hearing on House Bill 1679. And we're going on to the subcommittee on what House Bill?
House Bill 1689, relative to the use of personal identifying information by state agencies.
But first, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
It's always nice that the standard time folks are opposed to the daylight time.
If this was going to subcommittee, I didn't mean to say no, but at the same time, I'm thinking, oh my God, why do we need to talk about this some more?
If you're not on her subcommittee, you're done.
Yes.
If you're not on the subcommittee, you're done. And my God, look at that board.
We're going to stop at 4:30 because that way we don't have to have extra security clearance because the building closes at 4:30. But we should have plenty of time to iron everything out by then, hopefully. You're going to be stuck here. It's like the Hotel California. I'm going to start the subcommittee meeting. The way that I'd like to have this subcommittee go today is that we have some people here from the Secretary of State's office who are going to talk about the safety and the privacy measures that they take and the information that they need. And then perhaps Mr. Kirk, you might speak after them. And then we can discuss the HHS impact, the financial impacts on HHS separately. Does that seem like a good plan to everyone? Okay, so would the individuals from the Secretary of State's office come forth and speak to us?
Thank you. I'm Kristen Keniston, Registrar of Vital Records, and this is Chris Wilder, who is our field agent.
My name's Christopher Wilder. I am the, yes.
So I did submit, and I'm hoping you received a copy of them, a list of statutes that I had identified as we could have some, we would need clarification on. And I gave that testimony the other day where we need to make sure that we're very clearly handling this bill. If it passes, I need to make sure that we can still issue certified copies to other governmental agencies outside of just DHHS, because we do deal a lot with Social Security, Department of Justice, Department of Corrections, we have an MOU with. So I'm basically here to answer any questions you have as far as how we handle our information.
There seems to be a lot of concern about the privacy issue. So how is it that this is maintained and how is it audited so that we know that it's always up to date?
So when information is input into our Nevrin database, and our Nevrin database is the New Hampshire Vital Records Information Network. It's just a, what's the word I'm looking for? acronym, thank you, for what that stands for. So that's our database that holds all of our vital records right now. So it gets entered in, and anybody who accesses it is a user that signs up, and they get clearance depending on what their role is. We assign them certain access levels within that system. It's very, very strict. So when you start getting to the point that we're involving health statistics that are being collected as part of a vital record, there's only a handful of us that actually can see it within the Division of Vital Records. There was a bill that I testified on this morning, and I just make a clarifying point that when they say the Secretary of State's office has access to this, they're actually referring to my division and only those of us with high admin levels at the division. As far as access to vital records, the state of New Hampshire, all vital records are closed. So you can't just go in and ask for a copy of anybody's record. You actually have to have what's called a direct and tangible interest in the record in order to obtain it. Right now, DHHS is considered having a direct and tangible interest in our vital records and statistics, just based off of their work in our memorandum of understanding that we have in place. So this bill, we need to clarify how that would affect their direct and tangible interest. If it's only to the identifying information that's being collected with the health statistics, or if I'm not allowed to give them certified copies of records, like what does that look like for us at the Vital Records Division?
Anyone on the committee have any questions?
This is sort of along the same lines. When I was listening to the testimony the other day, I have to ask you, do you think there's anything broken that was trying to be fixed from an administrative standpoint?
From an administrative standpoint, I've not had any concerns. We're very careful with the data that we're giving out.
Thank you.
It's one of our top priorities. We actually even take HIPAA training, even though we're not required to, because we're not HIPAA entities. We go above and beyond.
And are there policies that, how do you maintain the confidentiality? I mean, how is this communicated within your organization?
It's all within the statutes. And for anybody who's in-house, we work very closely together with training. So any of the Division of Vital Records users, it's all in training. We can't give this information out. You can't just go in and start looking things up because you feel like looking things up. That's not how this works. It's got to be initiated for a specific purpose. And your role only allows you a certain viewpoint of what you can see within the record itself. The other users, like for example, your town clerk's users or funeral directors, whoever it is that can have access, when they sign up to gain access, there's a very strict list of what you can and cannot do. And this is your activity within the system is being monitored and limited. So depending on what the role is, they can only see so much.
Thank you. Mr. Wilder, can you explain to the subcommittee your work in this role?
I have worked for the division now for 6 years. First 5 years was as an independent consultant, and the last year plus has been as an actual full-time employee. Initially starting out as a mortality surveillance agent, I was brought on to register, train, and educate both funeral directors, doctors, nurses, hospitals, funeral homes, etc., on the use of the system. This last year has been a little bit more broadened in scope, but I still handle all of the registrations or most of the registrations for new users applying for application, the vetting of those applicants and the registration process of them. I also work closely with our team to help when we do any redesigns of any of our modules and what needs to be changed within the modules. I troubleshoot problems from calls that come in. So kind of a jack of all trades within the division.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as you know, we've been in this trench before, and we've had considerable problems with conflicting interests. There are the interests of citizens in privacy, but there are also certain medical aspects in which identification of children with early health problems where an immediate treatment is vital for these children.
Representative Schmidt, this is the Secretary of State's office. I think the question that you want to ask is for HHS. So can you just wait for that?
Well, but I have to frame it to these people as well, because they're the ones that are in control of the creation, the usage, and the maintenance of the record system, and to the degree that they are doing something which is helping the one side and hurting the other side.
Go ahead.
So, if you're dealing, especially with a newborn, okay, you have to know who the parent is, and you have to be able to identify the medical emergency that arises in some cases. I think it's a relatively small number of percentage, but you have children who must be treated in very short order, or they are going to be lifelong sufferers from some kind of an illness that could have been prevented had they been treated immediately. And if they're not, they're going to suffer a lifelong disability. And we had people the last time around talking about, and I met some of the parents who were here with their children who had not been recognized early enough because medical science was not there yet, and therefore they were not treated. And so that's one of the things I'm very concerned about. And is there a way of having a record package, if you will, that initially has all the data in terms of name, address, contact information, and so forth, tying mother and child together. And if that child is one of those that needs immediate treatment, that they're going to get it. But at some point, the form can be pulled apart so that some of the crucial information that is needed at the beginning serves that purpose. And then when the form is pulled apart, in my concept, pulled apart, then it's no longer, A is not connected to B anymore, and that person's privacy and so forth is there protected. But you get the medical benefit. Is there some way that your forms are currently designed or could be designed to achieve what I've been talking about? Because you're the ones that well, to some degree, the forms are under your control, but I think some of the forms are also generated and dictated by the federal government, right? Mm-hmm. It's federal law. So you can't disregard that without getting in considerable difficulty from that respect. So can you speak to that?
I will try to answer your question on that. So the way the form is designed does follow the national standard for what the federal government is saying we should be collecting for information. That is both on the demographic piece that we're collecting to create the birth certificate itself, and also on the statistical piece that is used for public health. Currently, the form has it all collected together, and it is put into our Nevrin database together. So when it goes to DHHS, right now it is going as one data set. It's not being separated out. They are separating out their data on their end for anybody who has access to it, which they can speak to that. They're very similarly structured to us, where they have access granted to only certain people. And then again, we're focusing on data quality and on the birth certificate.
That all facilitates the ability to perform these vital medical testing and potentially treatment operations where they are needed at the time they are needed. Is that correct?
Well, that's something you probably want to ask.
I will ask that of them.
Representative Schmidt, we're going to
my
have this
understanding.
handled by HHS. I'd like to have, thank you very much. I'd like, and Mr. Kirk, if you could kindly come forth and express your concerns with this legislation or the passage of this legislation, and Representative Bolton, if you'd like to come too. Did Mr. Kirk hear me? Yeah.
actually, I was going to defer Honorable Kirk, but I've got a question just about the way this bill is going to be handled in committee. I know it's an early bill, and I guess some of the committees are looking at February 15th before they have to get the bills out, or?
For your information, the deadline for this committee to report out the bill is February 15th.
Okay.
I have scheduled an executive session for February 7th, which will allow us time to get an amendment we'll get most of our bills out then. We could delay a little bit, but we're up against a deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to speak. This bill is one of many which have been and will be introduced over the next few years in order to bring the state into compliance with the Constitutional Privacy Amendment, which passed in 2018. That amendment basically requires or forbids the state agencies or the state to have access to personally identifiable information except under extraordinary circumstances. This bill primarily is saying that with respect to certain vital records, statistical data about them will go to the departments, but no personal information. But personal information will be retained by the Secretary of State's office, vital records, and will not be shared. This bill doesn't address the issue of whether the State Department's acquisition of that information is constitutional or not. That's a separate question for another day. The question this bill addresses is information sharing. What information that one agency, Vital Records, gets can be shared with other agencies in the state where it's personally identifiable information is involved. If it's plain statistical information, this bill really doesn't relate to that. It just bars the transmission of personally identifiable information from vital records to others. The registrar, and she just testified, wrote I thought, rather compelling brief that explained how complex this area is and how intertwined the various sections of current law is, and how some of the provisions of this bill left unanswered questions for her as to how she was to administer the law should this bill pass, and whether or not there were some conflicts between what this bill was doing and what current law was. Because it's such a complex area, I know that if I were sitting on this subcommittee, I would not be able to address it in any reasonable time frame. So I'd like to offer a suggestion that works with the chairman's time frame and might be a reasonable way to get the best possible result in the shortest period of time. Before I do that, I'd just like to make one general observation which folks I hope will keep in mind. A lot of the testimony on privacy bills that I've heard today, 484 in the Senate and this bill when it was originally coming before the committee, focused a lot on how well state agencies did in protecting personal information from people who weren't supposed to have access to it. That's not what this bill is about. The real question is, what information personal information should the state be able to get and keep in the first place? Not a question of what they do with the information when they get it. It's a question of what personally identifiable information under the constitutional amendment the state is allowed to get. This bill says, in effect, whatever Vital Records can get, it can't share. The personally identifiable part. The statistical part, it can share. So here's my suggestion to try to work this out. Establish a working group headed by, or with the sponsor and two members from this committee, a Republican and a Democrat, to work with the registrar and produce by next Wednesday, a working draft. It would largely be written by the registrar, with the legislators involved making sure that her draft complied with the principles that I'm going to suggest be incorporated. If that approach were followed, it would be possible for the committee to be assured that whatever came out met whatever standards it had, without themselves becoming expert in the minutia of these very complicated intertwined sections. The principles that I would suggest guide this group, and indeed, if you don't establish this group, guide the subcommittee, is that, number one, A, no personally identifiable information that Vital Records has should be shared with any other state agency, Health and Human Services, Corrections, the retirement system. Number two, B, that no personally, well, it's hospitals, let's leave that aside. Third, that informed consent be required if and when Health and Human Services or any other department is to access personally identifiable information. In other words, the person involved needs to agree, yes, the state may have this information, personally identifiable information about me. C, that any access to personally identifiable information by a state department is on a case-by-case basis. In other words, they don't get the whole data set, but they get whatever they need in a particular case to deal with a particular individual, again, with that individual's consent. Finally, an observation. This bill has financial implications, and it's an FN. The department has in other cases, and I'm sure they would here explain why we will lose all sorts of federal revenue if this bill goes forward. My suggestion to the committee is that to focus on the policy aspects of this and leave the questions of finances and loss of federal revenue to the Finance Committee. This is an FN bill, and I suspect the Finance Committee will take it. Division 3 will look at this and get information not just from Health and Human Services, our department, but from the federal departments to confirm, in fact, if there will be a loss of revenue, if certain information that traditionally has been passed on will not be passed on in the future. So those three principles would enable this working group to come up with a bill which then the committee, as a policy matter, could make an informed decision on. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your breakdown on your points. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kirk?
So, Neil, have you provided the details of the points that you were just enunciating? Have you already provided that in writing to the appropriate departments?
No. This is the very first opportunity I've had to do this, and I thought it's not my position to do that. It's a question for the subcommittee as to what they want to do. My proposal is just a suggestion, and it involves two things. One, how do you folks get past a very complicated area in a very short period of time? And B, what principles, what policy directives do you want to give the folks who are going to do this work? I suggested the three that I would give them, but obviously you folks could give them those, others, whatever you wanted to do. So no, Representative Schmidt, I have not spoken to anyone except this committee and Representative Bolton about this.
I took diligent notes.
Because I think it's very important. Obviously, your years of experience should not be, left aside for foolishness like the fact that you're no longer in office. You're still very much up on all these issues, and I'd like to make sure that we make this proposed solution as perfect as possible, even if we don't get it to perfect.
I share your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Trish Chili to the table. And what I've asked HHS to do is to review with the subcommittee the financial loss of funding per the subgroup of people that are involved. I thought it would be helpful for us to know that.
Representative Kirk said this is going to go to finance. We don't really need to go into great detail on the finance, in my opinion, but it's your committee.
Right. I'm sorry.
We're happy to do whatever the committee would like us to do.
Well, if you can do it in the next like 10 minutes, that would be great.
Great. So again, thank you so much for having me. My name is Patricia Tilley. I am an associate commissioner at the Department of Health and Human Services, and I had the pleasure of speaking with you earlier about this bill. We all understand that 1689 has far-reaching consequences impacting needed health services, economic supports, and fraud prevention for New Hampshire residents. Understandably, there was a tsunami of information the last time that we were here, and at the direction of the committee, we are happy to walk through quickly several examples where the department uses our direct and tangible interest to assist New Hampshire residents and the financial impact if those services were not available. We will do that quickly. You can, get the Gong Show hook on us as you would like. We also I want to suggest right in the beginning that we're all here to provide input on this policy discussion about balancing New Hampshire's intrinsic belief in privacy with the need of government's efficient, effective, and necessary flow of information to provide those essential health and social services for New Hampshire's infants and mothers, in particular for this state. This is a balance. I always learn from former Representative Kirk. He has kept me on the straight and narrow for many years, but I know that this committee is going to be considering these things. So there are 4 broad areas for us to consider. There's the public health aspects of what it would mean for the Department of Health and Human Services to not have both the identifier, the name of the individual, as well as the medical information that we learned is on the back end of the birth certificate. We need to talk about the legitimate investigations of fraud or abuse of public services. If we cannot look up and determine if an individual is a mother, a father, or a child of a certain person. We know that there's going to be federal funds that are lost. We can do that here. We can talk about that in Finance Committee as well. That also affects the efficiency and accessibility of services available to residents. And as Ms. Keniston noted, there are a number of statutes with which this bill conflicts. It sounds like she's done a phenomenal job of drafting those out. We won't need to add anything to that. So, and the last thing that I would just sort of put out in the ether is there are some of the program, as we talk, may address or may not in the interest of time, that there's also interjurisdictional issues. As you know, all 50 states have adopted the same type of data that get collected in the same way. 49 states do it through their departments of health. 1 state, New Hampshire, does it through their Division of Vital Records, which is not in the Department of Health. Regardless, the information is very important to be able to be exchanged when we know that, 10% of New Hampshire residents give birth in a different state, and roughly 10% of people who give birth in New Hampshire who would need live in a different state. So I am going to ask some folks to come up here. We're going to start with, even though Representative Kirk noted that security is not an issue, I actually think it's important to ground us in the fact that the data is secure. I also think that they can talk a little bit about the financial implication of upending every single system that we have in the Department of Health and Human Services. So we're going to start with them. Then we're going to talk about how we do the statistics and how we use maternal and child health data. And then to the degree that you're interested, we can go through all of the economic supports, child support, state recovery, TANF, SNAP, or just do a few. We have experts in newborn screening, Representative Schmidt in the room. We have other experts. We have lawyers. We have analysts all here to answer the questions you have. So I'm talking fast so we can give time to Dave Wieters and to come up and start us off.
So, Commissioner, did you hear anything from Representative Kirk in his initial go-round that troubled you with regard to workability?
So we are troubled with the notion that the Department of Health and Human Services would no longer have the direct and tangible interest in identifiable information. We know that this is a place that we have an honest disagreement on, and it's a place where, as the legislature, you're going to have to make a decision moving forward. We are always happy to spend some time thinking about the ways that we can make this better, but there is some fundamental impasses that we might not be able to get around, but there are also probably other areas for coordination.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me here. My name is David Wieters, the Information Services Director for DHHS. And I'd like to start with, once we receive the data, in order to perform services, all the different services that you've heard Associate Commissioner Tricia Tilley speak to, we have to ingest it and move it through our very robust data governance and data security and privacy practices. And so we take this very seriously, but as part of doing that, we integrate with a lot of different systems. Each of those systems are under contract with different vendors, and those contracts follow our security and privacy and security practices to ensure that they're HIPAA trained, that they're following all state and federal laws, and that they're following our specific data governance practices for how data is managed throughout the department. So when earlier in the discussion, I think Representative Schmidt, you asked about policies for Secretary of State and how they managed, and they had a number of laws that govern how they manage the data. We have the same laws, but then on top of that, just like they have with HIPAA training, we also, because we receive all of that information into what we call an enterprise data warehouse, we have very specific policies as how that is managed. So we have confidentiality and business use agreements for every individual, regardless if they're a state employee or a contractor, that has to be signed in order to control what they are allowed to do and what the ramifications are if they do not manage the data properly. We also have asset use agreements on how they manage our assets, how they utilize the assets that we give to them. We have our data classification policy. In this case, we have multiple levels. This is the highest level, so vital records data is the highest level. It's regulated and regulatory and compliance data. So it's marked in our data systems as the most stringent access. What that means is we follow minimal use. So minimal use really comes to, if you're in child support, you need specific fields in order to move forward with the child support services. You might not need the health-related data that public health needs. And in economic stability, you also need specific fields. And I'm not going to go into the details of the fields because you probably get pretty bored of all the tables and all the other components associated with that. But you don't need the entire record set. So we manage that through our enterprise data warehouse and enterprise business intelligence system and the data governance processes that we have. Within that data governance, we have data stewards. And so what we did on purpose, we identified data stewards within every program area that is responsible for understanding the laws governing the data, including our state constitutional rights regarding privacy, as well as the best practices on how to secure that data. So once you know what data you're getting and the privacy laws regarding it, now you have to make sure you're securing that information. So that's what the data steward's supposed to do. And they are trained through multiple different training. We have a training policy that requires everyone to go through that training. And then they tell my division or bureau who can have access and to what fields and data that they can have access to. I'm trying to express that specifically so you understand that we don't just give 3,000 people in DHHS access to the data. It's actually 338 people. And out of those 338 people, not all of them have access to the entire data set. And so it gets even smaller and smaller as it goes forward. So the chances of misuse is very small, and the chances of actually providing care and better client services is very high because we're sharing this information. We have other policies that I won't go into, but I'm certainly here to address some of that. If you have any questions specifically regarding security and privacy as it relates to the data. The other component is because of the integration with some of our systems, and you might have heard terms like New Heights, which is our integrated eligibility and enrollment system, which manages access to food stamps, cash assistance, and Medicaid, as well as foster care programming. And then our Nexus system, which is our child support system, our Medicaid system for Medicaid beneficiaries. And it goes on, there's a number of different systems. Each one of those systems are managed by a vendor. In order to change our practices, we would have to amend all of those contracts and pull that data out and make sure that it's expunged in its entirety, which would cost millions of dollars across the different contracted systems. And the reason why I say it's millions of dollars and not a specific number is we would have to actually go and engage with them, do an amendment, get it approved through Governor Executive Council, and then move forward with the initiative to actually do the work. Historically, those amendments are upwards of $800,000 to anywhere in the $3 to $4 million, depending on the vendor. And so I'm using it based off of historical knowledge of those amendments to do this type of work. I'm certainly open to more discussion. If you have questions, I can go into detail and bore you even more if you wish, and it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This data collection and sharing, how has it shifted from physical record to electronic medical record? That shift is a huge shift. Click of one button can go to different places versus copying. How has that changed your world?
Thank you, Representative. That's a very good question. Since the advent of technology and electronic health record systems and that interoperability and exchange of data in a digital world, it allows for actually even more stringent controls over the data. Yes, you can, at a click of a button, potentially share it with more people. However, we have protections in place, which are called like data leakage protection. So on our email systems, in order to send data out, if you send data out with social security number or a birth date or any of that type of information, it actually catches that and securely and encrypts it on purpose and actually sends you back saying, hey, you're sending this data to an outside source. Are you sure you want to move it forward? And it presents a secure connection. And we have reports on that. So if somebody sends out data inadvertently to 100 people, that would be considered a security event first. And we'd go and we actually have what we call a security incident response team that gets enacted and goes and finds out exactly who that data was shared with. And was it shared with people that were contracted with the department and are covered under HIPAA and all the other concerns, or if they're not? And if they're not, it becomes a reportable event to both CMS and OCR and other federal regulation or regulatory organizations. And we have a mitigation plan to say, how do we prevent that in the future? It's the same as if you had a paper system and someone came in, heaven forbid, and robbed your office and took all your files. You would also be obligated to do the same exact incident response, at which point you would still have to report, because the data in physical form and digital form, you still have to do the same protections. So when I look at this from a perspective of security and privacy, I personally would rather my data in the digital world, because I know that there's keys and multiple doors in front of that data. So in order to get access to that information in its entirety, you have to know all those doors, go through data governance processes, follow the right forms, get the data stewards to approve it, and move it forward. Can a few records be shared inadvertently? Yes. You have that risk in a physical or a digital world either way.
The only thing that I would add is just the opportunity. Sometime you may want to talk with the Division of Vital Records. They've really been, and probably Representative Bolton is also to be credited for this. The digital work that we have done in Vital Records has really been extraordinary and long. I've worked for the department for close to a quarter century that has been electronic, and New Hampshire's really led the way in some of these issues around security of the electronic data.
If the committee doesn't have any other questions, do you have any others?
We'll move on. So thank you. I would like to invite Chawei and Lisa to come up right now. They're going to talk very shortly about what we do, especially with some of the health information, because I know that's a concern, and then we'll get to the economics. So how do we use this? How do we create health statistics? And how is that used in the community? And we're going to be very short. I'm going to hand something out. Do you have a stack of those reports? All right. What I will do right now, we have two reports that are just examples of things that simply would not exist anymore if we did not have access to this data.
I'm sorry, let me just add, are these two separate handouts? Okay, okay, thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the records, my name is Jacques Chawla, Chiahui, Chawla. I'm the Bureau Chief of Public Health Statistics and Informatics in the Division of Public Health Services. So I would like to describe and provide some information how health statistics perform the data analysis and statistic work regarding vital record data. So in New Hampshire, RSA 12624B, the Bureau of Health Statistics within the Department of Health and Human Services is designated the Health Statistics Center for New Hampshire in accordance with Public Law 95623, Section 5. So the Bureau is authorized to coordinate and disseminate health-related information for the purpose of protecting public health while adhering to privacy requirement. So under the MOU, the Bureau, I just want to provide another information based on the Director Weider's information provided. For vital records, the data steward is under the Bureau of Health Statistics. So as a bureau chief, my role is performing as a data steward for the vital record data for the department. And with the MOU that the department has with Division of Vital Records under the Secretary of State, the Bureau also performs vital records data QA, which is a very important part under this agreement that the department provided the data quality control and assurance result back to Division of Vital Records. So because of this, we have found several data issues, and we report back to Division of Vital Records. Some example is like during the inter-jurisdictional exchange, the out-of-state records we received from Massachusetts for the death records, some of them did not have ICD code, which is a very key information for us to understand the cause of the death. And we work with the vital records for them to contact Massachusetts to understand, if there was any issues in their system. So the purpose I mentioned is the department performed this type of a QA, and in order for us to perform this type of QA, we do need to have identifiers in order to report back to Division of Vital Records which records have some specific issues and the finding that we found during the record validation. Another part that the identifiers is very important, at least for the health statistic work, is address validation. So the data quality provided by Vital Records, DVRA, is pretty good. We do find some records that address is not parsed correctly in terms of a county or public health regions. That may be because the record was updated, or maybe because those records are from out of state on New Hampshire residents, that this type of address is not accurate or coded wrongly. Some example is like Bedford, New Hampshire may have Massachusetts zip code, or Bedford, Massachusetts may have New Hampshire zip code. And the county, we also found that some record has Concord address, city Concord. However, the county is Coas County. So this type of data validation and QA work, we work very closely with the Division of Vital Records. And the Bureau also performs as a point of contact to work with the Vital Records directly. As for the health statistics, the Bureau also produce the DHHS data portal. Currently, we have more than 50 indicators from both birth and death vital records data. And I just want to emphasize that if this bill enact, that will restrict the department to receive interjurisdictional data. That is a huge impact on us. So I just want to provide some information regarding the neighbor state or how we have the out-of-state data for the New Hampshire residents. So apparently, averagely, 10% of the data in vital record birth and death is from out-of-state on New Hampshire residents. So between 2019 and 2023, several towns have significantly out-of-state birth and death. So for example, Plaistow, in between 2019 and 2023, 63% of babies were born out of state. So without this data, we won't know 63% of birth records, how, we won't have the access to those birth records. And in Salem, similar with Plaistow, 62.9 babies were born out of state.
Yes, and that has huge impacts in terms of our ability to, again, do not only the public health, the statistics, but also the economic supports, because we simply would not have that information on a Salem resident who was born across the border.
Yes. So other than that, the Bureau also performed data linkage project. I also, sorry, before we go to data linkage project, I just want to also mention that under the MOU, the department and the Division of Vital Records established the Vital Records Privacy Board. And this board, the purpose of this board is to review all the confidential data requests for vital records data, all the application, and also the continuing use application will go to the board for review and approval. Once the request is approved, then the Department of Health and Human Services will distribute the data based on the approval from the board. If we are not able to receive all the identifiers, then the department will not be able to perform this type of work, because all the confidential data requests, most of them or all of them require like names, address, and all the identifiers. And of course, they all have IRB approval. That's the part that the board will review, and all the applications and also supplemental documents will provide to the board for review and approval. Not all the studies will be approved, but they need to have a very specific study designs and purpose and good study logic for the board to be able to consider and approve this type of study. So the department also performed this kind of a dissemination on this confidential data request. If the department is not able to receive all the identifiers and also the health statistic informations, then for this type of work, we won't be able to perform.
Yep. Before Lisa starts, as we get ready, Lisa's going to talk a little bit about the programmatic.
I believe Representative McGuire has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
The Vital Records Privacy Board, how was that created? Who authorized it?
It's under, 12625C under the MOU that we have, the department has with the Division of Vital Records and the SOS.
And I would just add that part of the reason why DHHS is tasked with that is because we are the HIPAA covered entity, not the Secretary of State's office.
I was just wondering, was it established?
It's
in
a statute.
It is in statute, thank you.
It is a statute. And statute also say that three members will be appointed by the Commissioner of DHHS, and 3 members will be appointed by the SOS, Secretary of State.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
I was on that board for about 5 years, Vital Records Privacy Board.
Thank you.
Representative, I got termed out, and Representative Horrigan took my position, and I took his position with Vital Records Improvement Advisory Commission.
Thank you.
As Lisa prepares to talk, she talks from the programmatic aspect. I just want to note again, we gave you 2 reports. One's on maternal mortality. One is just a report that we're working that's used right now to design Medicaid services, what's our rate setting and our Medicaid managed care program. Those are just informational, but it's exactly the type of data that Chawei was discussing that we would know, we simply would not be able to perform any of that data analysis anymore if this bill were to move forward. These have fiscal implications, which I think Lisa can talk about, because in general, and we were asked this in the previous committee, what does it mean you'll lose this money? Well, oftentimes in our federal reports, to get the federal grant, you have to show a certain level of data. You have to say, we have X percent of preterm births, or we have X percent of maternal mortality. That's to even be considered for the funding. To continue the funding, we have to show evaluations. Did you make a difference? And you have to use this data to make a difference, to show that you've made a difference in order to continue the funding. So it's a bit down in the weeds, but it's fundamental. If you don't have the data, you don't get the money. So I'm going to hand that over to Lisa.
May I address one more thing regarding the data modernization? So CDC they have been pushing data modernization initiatives to provide states fundings to modernize their data system. Vital record statistic data system is one of their modernization. However, New Hampshire is the only state that the vital record statistic system is not on the DHHS. So Division of Vital Records cannot receive this data modernization funding, which is about $2.7 million for 2 years. And because of DHHS, we are able to establish another MOU in order to, receive the funding and support the Division of Vital Record Administration for their data modernization initiative. I just want to emphasize that if there's a chance that the DHHS is not able to receive, based on our statute, direct and tangible interest to use vital record data, this part of funding may be discontinued too. Yeah. Did you have a question?
I could, yeah. So, I've seen this report you've talked about. My question is, why do you need the personal identified information to generate this? Why specifically? Whoever can answer.
I can talk about the maternal one.
Okay, great. Lisa, go.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Sorois. I'm a bureau chief for family health and nutrition in public health. And so my bureau works very closely with Chow Wei's bureau with the data. And so I have the program folks who oversee newborn screening. So I'll speak to a little bit about what that work does, as well as the maternal mortality program. So they oversee the committee that does this work who have generated that report. So for example, in order for our team to know the details of what maternal deaths happen in our state, we utilize vital records to query that information so that we know what our recent maternal deaths were in a year and those who were pregnant. So then under statute, we have permission to then do chart abstractions to learn a little bit more about what some of the factors were associated with that death or with that woman. And then we use that data to then allocate resources, program funding to do that preventative work.
If I could interrupt. So is the issue that if you don't have the PII, then you can't connect that to the chart or other information? Okay, thank you.
The other thing I'll just add to that is it also makes our overall data incomplete. So again, just prematurity rates, teen birth rates, all of that, because with just aggregate numbers or non-statistical, there may be 4 things that happen to a particular individual, but that's going to look like perhaps 4 individuals. The math just won't work out correctly at the end of the day unless you can attach. And again, to the security point, we have a very small handful of people who do this, who do that data linkage and then drop the identifiers once the linkage happens.
Quick follow-up if I could.
Yep.
So, I mean, I've been involved in some of this in private industry. So couldn't you get information? I guess the question is, could you get something that didn't have PII in it, but you could somehow, connect that these people are together, but you don't know who they are?
So for some of our work that could work, so potentially, but then you have things like maternal mortality where you actually need the name in order to find that out, newborn screening where you need the name. There's other areas where you absolutely need the address because we know that there is a higher teen birth rate in Coos County than there is in Concord. All the PII serves different function. And then ultimately for the human services side of the house, you need to be able to establish paternity, parentage, address, citizenship, and those all require names.
I can add on that Sorry if I may. Yeah, sorry. So PII is not just about names. We also use date of birth and also address. For date of birth, we calculate the mother's age and the father's age, and also we also use date of death and date of birth to calculate deceased age. Sometimes this information is not really derived correctly in the vital records data. For example, for newborn or fetal death, they recorded as a month, so it will be 23, but the column we got is years, so we will, if we don't have the date of birth and date of death, which is part of PII, to do the validation, this record will not be considered as a baby or newborn death. So this is a part of a PII that we use to calculate age. And other PII that we use, like address, not only to do the address validation, we also use address to do geocoding. So the department or public health uses address to geocode into census tract and census block for small area data analysis or community health outlook.
If I could, I'll just share a little bit more about some of the practical programming that we do when we utilize the vital records data. So similar to the maternal mortality review committee, we have a sudden death in the youth child fatality review committee, which is also under statute. And so the information that is accessed through the vital records also allows us to know which child deaths we had for the year so that we can similarly do chart abstraction. And it's important to know when these review committees are happening that personal information is not shared with the group. Another program that we have is our newborn screening programs. And so we've heard a lot about those. So there is statute that requires the hospitals to report to our newborn screening program. However, we use the vital records data to sort of be a safety net to make sure that no infant is missed in that process. And so a query is done to make sure that those blood spots happen, that they come to the program, and those families are followed up on in a timely manner and not missed, because we know that it could be life-threatening. Similarly to the blood spot, we have a hearing detection program. So similarly, we use the vital records for that safety net to make sure that infants aren't missed for important screenings that happen in those few days after life. We have the birth conditions program that we oversee that also we utilize that PII information and vital records. And then we have a pregnancy risk assessment system, a survey system, where we pull a sample of women who recently were pregnant, and then we follow up with a survey to learn a little bit more about what their birthing experience was like through their healthcare providers. And so we use that information to then do program planning, resource allotment, so that we can put preventative and treatment programs out into the community in the areas that need them most.
I think that's good. And with your indulgence, we'll try and get somebody else up here too, unless there are questions.
Nope, I'm done with questions. We just have to leave in like,
15? 10?
let's say 10.
Okay, so I will let the economic supports people decide amongst themselves who would like to be representative of the group, whether it's the childcare folks or TANF or whatever, because I think similarly, they all use the information to do things like establishing parentage to ensure that economic supports are available to New Hampshire residents. So come on up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Dekutowski, Dekutowski. I'm the Bureau Chief with the Bureau of Child Support Services. So our program under the department administers the child support program. Of course, our program is a federal, state, and tribal partnership program that was established by the Social Security Act, part title Roman numeral 4D. And naturally, our program seeks to promote economic stability. And as it is already stated, one of the primary functions of our program is to establish legal parentage and legal paternity, specifically legal fatherhood, as well as locating parents for families and establishing legal orders of child support and medical support for our customers. So the Bureau of Child Support Services, as a federally, invested program, certainly has a direct and tangible interest in accessing the vital records information for our program to be able to execute our child support responsibilities. As it has already stated, we also follow the same stringent state and federal safeguarding and confidentiality requirements. But because one of our responsibilities of the department is to establish the legal parentage, access to that vital records information is actually specified within the federal law of the Social Security Act of our Part D, which I believe has already been stated in prior testimony. And oftentimes, there are a variety of areas that our program is intertwined with the work of vital records. And so if we were not to have access to these personal identifiers and the information, we would not be able to execute our program. It would be very difficult for us to establish child support for families, establish parentage. And so it would be very difficult for us to assist and locate functions, both for the department, for locate investigations, things of that nature that we are allowed to do under the Social Security Act of the child support program. And, the birth certificate, the birth record is one of the most widely used documents that we use there. And so it would be essential for us to continue to be able to have that for our program to run. Our program services about 30,000 families in in New Hampshire currently, but we also service folks out of state as well as internationally and tribal communities. Our program collects money for families, roughly about $74 million on the last federal fiscal year that we've distributed for collections to families. So our work is really paramount, but our program is our state plan. Under our state plan, the department's child support program is federally funded, and we're federally funded at a rate of 66%. So we are conditioned on ensuring that we are in full compliance with all of our federal requirements to be able to administer our program. And the concern here would be that if we were not allowed to have the personal identifiers, we would be at risk of violation of those federal requirements to be able to perform our duties, and there would be significant loss of federal funding, so we would not be able to have a program here for the child support recipients that we serve in New Hampshire. I am certainly available to answer or ask any questions. I know we're under a time strain, but if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have a recommendation to the subcommittee, which consists of myself, Representative Fitzpatrick, Representative Mangiapudi, and Representative McGuire. Because this is a very complicated issue and doesn't seem to be one that is going to go away, I would like to make a recommendation to the subcommittee that we recommend to our committee interim study on this bill. That way we can discuss it in more detail over the summer and we can address this once and for all. Does that make sense with the subcommittee?
I support that.
Yes, it makes a great deal of sense.
Yes, because the more we hear about it, the more pieces pop up that need to be changed. And I don't want to take a meat axe to a system that seems to be working. But on the other hand, I do want to continue to implement our privacy protections. But this is not a simple issue. If nothing else, the testimony at the first, what we heard before the full committee was that there's a whole lot of other RSAs that are affected by this process that would need to be changed. It's not just what's in the bill. We'd have to go through a whole lot of other areas to make sure we weren't creating conflicts, and I don't think we can do that in the time available.
Just for attendees' knowledge, I'm not on the subcommittee, so I'm not being asked my opinions, but I share the opinions that were expressed by my colleagues.
So I'll move interim study. Is there a second? Okay, I'm going to put Carol. And then all those in favor? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all for coming.
We will be talking to many of you
Yes.
while we study this because we need all the help we can get.